Hello, hello, hello. Attempt number 2 at a stream today. The games were rescheduled, and now they apparently are here. And they've also started exactly on time, I think? So we're in game 1, and they actually started this game early. I'll set up the scoreboard between the games. What is... the schedule for this is all over the place. So let me just get into here. And we're 8 minutes into this game, so I guess we've missed some of it. It's the upper bracket finals. This is XuanLv over there. Sora Kuma versus XuanLv. I have my title correct. I got the stuff on the overlay correct. We're live on Twitch and on YouTube. Alright, so welcome everyone. It's apparently the Way versus the Lithuanians. We'll have Sora Kuma in the blue, XuanLv in the red, and scouts opening here from XuanLv. Apparently they were 8 minutes into this game. I haven't missed much though, just scouts versus scouts, no one really fighting yet. Some small walls in the back there for Sora Kuma, and looks like we're up to live time. Alright. So originally we were supposed to have Daniel versus Lix at 12 GMT. I woke up, or went for a run this morning, came back in time to stream that, and then they weren't playing at the time. I looked at the schedule and it was rescheduled. It's gonna be after this set. So I did some work and now I'm back casting this. Bit of a headache, but we'll see if that improves over the day. More of my allergies kind of acting up. And oh, look at this, you kind of like get trapped back here. It's like a dead end in a maze. Also, let me set this up. This is a best of 7. So, this is XuanLv, who has had an amazing run in this tournament. He has beaten Dennis, Z40, and Lix. There's 2 best of 5s and best of 7, and it took him every possible game to do it, but he is now here in the upper bracket finals. So he will at least be in the top 3 players in this tournament. It's double elimination, so loser drops down to the lower bracket finals, and they will face the winner of the second set we'll cast today. It'll be Daniel versus Lix. So, wheelbarrow on the way here for XuanLv. And a few spears guarding the gold, getting ready to poke down the scouts. There's a poke to keep the scouts away. And hello, hello. Town watch on the way for Sora Kuma. Forge bush being taken at the mill. That's about finished, so one less spot for Sora Kuma to defend once that's gone. But we'll need to find some way to put the villas, and I guess that lumber camp will be the next spot. Bloodlines on the way, so XuanLv going to invest into bloodlines. And he's going to have to take a fight. He's going to have to take a fight and make something happen here, and that is not the fight he wants before bloodlines. So 7 scouts to 7 scouts, but bloodlines versus a faster castle age for Sora Kuma, and Sora Kuma is up. When bloodlines comes in, he can take a fight. And ideally, you take the fight just as bloodlines hits. So your opponents, they're checking your scouts. You take the fight, and then bloodlines is in after they check. And maybe that's exactly what happens here. And he's downhill, but with bloodlines, should still win this fight easily. He's going to clear all the scouts from Sora Kuma, and that was probably Sora Kuma checking that bloodlines wasn't there. Then he takes the fight, and oh, the fight was just as bloodlines came in. Forging on the way too, but that gets cancelled. And now XuanLv, having won that fight, needs to get up to the castle age not too far behind, and then still make something happen. So it's going to be double ranges here for the way, and they are the civ that has the Shenbei Raider, a special cav archer. And that unit was awful, but then I heard they got buffed. You have 2 essays to write. Don't AIs write essays these days? Your math homework's the important thing. I see me online the moment NBL went offline. Hello, Zeraki. Already used their unique unit today in another tournament match. Oh, okay. Have I tried them? I honestly have a content creator code for the DLC and have not activated it. I just in general haven't been a fan of the DLC and have no interest in playing it. So there's a villa that goes down. Doesn't finish the stable. It's going to be double stable there for XuanLv. As he's going to get under the TC and try to pick some vills, maybe. Just now doing forging. 3 spears at home, so it will be kind of hard to pick them when he hasn't gone for a range himself. I'm going to start on the way up. And it will be... Yeah, the Huiguang Cav, we saw Nika play them. They were really strong in that front line game yesterday. It's going to be the Huiguang Cavalry and the Xianbei Raiders. Hello, Anthony. You saw me? I was debated by the rescheduling of the schedule. Scouts avoid the spear. XuanLv not pumping out more light cav on the way up. He's going to have a lot of resources when he gets up, but I think the timing here for Sora Kuma is going to work out. He lost that scout fight, but XuanLv hasn't been able to do any follow-up damage. And great walling at home. 1-0 Eco Katie. But now, as armor's in... Can light cav even take the fight like this? These things have kind of a short range, but this ville's still exposed. Knights and scouts fighting. Oh, those scouts got absolutely wrecked. Alright, so lots of deletions there. TC going up. It'll be 2 TCs added in for a total of 3 for XuanLv, but they might not even go up with all this army that's forward. Knights trying to fight here. But yeah, might go on the Xianbei Raiders to pull them back, and the Knights will go down. I know, look how tanky that 4 melee armor is against the scouts. I mean, even against the knights, right? I mean, I guess the HP is low enough. But the way of the extra HP, right? Yeah, the warrior plus 15% HP. And they do beat the knight 1 hit earlier. Okay. So I think XuanLv is just dead here. Down by 10 vills, and we'll have an easy 3rd TC for Sora Kuma when he already has the vill lead. And so what was this game? This was just Sora Kuma. He went up without bloodlines, got to the castle age faster. XuanLv decided to do bloodlines, took a fight, won the fight, but then couldn't do damage afterwards, and saved castle age transition from Sora Kuma. Came in, had army at the right timing to be able to punish XuanLv for being up later. It's a warm-up game for me casting. Deal games for Zero Monks for Lithuanians. Part of the problem was just how quickly that army came in. And so by getting would have been a bit too late to get the monks out. And now I guess this unit, it's a ranged unit, right? It should counter the monks. Xianbei Raiders should probably counter monks. Civils are exposed. You have charge attack. Even without the charge attack, right? If you get 16 of them, monks have 30 hit points. That's 2 volleys of arrows. If it's only 1 damage, that's probably 1 volley that kills a monk. And now the vill's going down. 10 vill difference for the 3 TCs for both. And 2.5k more res for Sora Kuma. There's a GG from XuanLv. 1-0 for Sora Kuma. How much of that was the Civ? How much of it was just the scout decision? Probably a lot was the scout decision. I'm not actually sure what the Lithuanians do to fight this unit other than skirms. Maybe the issue is just SchwinLv needed skirms. I don't know if that does it though because of the Huiglong cavalry. But not sure how to deal with this unit myself, honestly. I'm not sure what state it's in or if it's going to be changed in the future. Mute the game in the background. Thank you, Luca. Thank you. No, that's why, because yesterday Capture Age crashed and I had the game unmuted. Thank you. You had double sound there for a moment. Let's look at the stats at least. 21 to 11 in favor of Sora Kuma, who, like everyone I've seen SchwinLv face so far, I do think Sora Kuma is probably the favorite, but SchwinLv's done nothing but surprise us. Alright, now it's time for me to get the drafts set up. The next game will be Fortress. This, so this is Sora Kuma and SchwinLv. This is the upper bracket finals, and it's a best of 7. That Sora Kuma is leading 1-0 as he just won Land Madness with the way over the Lithuanians, and that is just in time for us to get into game number 2, which will be Regicide Fortress. Gonna do more pacifist campaigns at some point. I'd like to. I gotta make sure they're the quality I want them to be. If I do more. Okay, a slightly messy warlord there for Sora Kuma, but it'll work. So Chinese versus Vietnamese. A matchup that I think the heavy rocket cart changes drastically. But I'm wondering, what do the Chinese do against Imp Skirm plus Bombard Cannon from the Vietnamese? A question I have for many civs, but particularly for the Chinese, you have cannons to deal with the rocket carts and Imp Skirms to deal with everything else. If Lix wins and SchwinLv loses, they face again? Yes, it does. Yes, it does indeed. Let me read my chat properly. Oh yeah, you were debated too. You were we were all debated. I was debated and I passed the confusion on. So, 2 kings. Where are they coming? Are they going to meet in the middle? No, they're going to walk past each other. So, Regicide Fortress. This is the huge version of Fortress we get from DE. The kings will be running around in the middle. Scout goes to scout the north of the map. Relic is there. And we'll have a castle in the frontier. Farms around the TC. And 2 villas, walled inside their gold mine. No medium water? No, just a huge fortress map, no water on it. Vietnamese are such a weird civ, there's such a good tech tree and eco bonuses, and yet they're always on the low end of win rates. I never understand why. It's one of those things I feel like, in the late game, Imp Skirm makes them insane for late game 1v1s. They're probably civs that have good matchups against them still. But Imp, we joke about Skirms being the strongest unit in the game. Imp Skirms legitimately shut down any type of archer play. And also any type of halb play. and also snipe off bombard cannons. AI is best with Vietnamese because of the skirms. Be a bad position in the meta. Well, the meta is skirms these days, right? And not just a joke. So you see the res collected, plus 300 for the Chinese, 3-vil advantage there. No idle time at all for either player. And some pretty decent scouting there. Didn't find a relic though. A bit more scouting for XuanLv. The kings are back, of course, so they're not picked off by scouts now. There's an old video where he let the AI run against each other to find the best AI civ. Really? Did he do like every single matchup? Well, it would have been possible back in the day when there were fewer civs. That'd be a lot of matchups. I remember XuanLv gave up on his civ matchup threads on Reddit. I think they added more civs more quickly. For a table that increases quadratically. 36-hour video. I think YouTube limits videos to 24 hours under normal circumstances. That is the upload time I did see. 255 gigabytes and 24 hours. And hello HQ, how are you doing? They move Wu Wei and shoot at Chronicles. I mean, honestly, that would have been the way to do it. Put them in Chronicles, keep the hero units there. Give some heroes to the other Chronicles civs. And then make a proper medieval Chinese DLC. Sell that for $15. Sell the Three Kingdoms for $10. Bundle them together with a discount for like $20. And then boom, you have your perfect Chinese DLC package. Add those civs that people wanted, like the Tanguts or Tibet. Probably one other. And then boom, give them campaigns. And then you're good. And if you don't have the budget for campaigns, then you really gotta question if the DLC is actually worth $20. So, Monastery going up there for Sora Kuma, and double TCs for XuanLv, so more of a relic focus, I guess, there for Sora Kuma. Yeah, you can get Rattan Archers or Chukonu out to contest the relics. Some Chukonus would, yeah, I guess be good at sniping monks, same as the Rattan Archers. All the Pierce armor of the Rattan Archers is nice. But then once you get a lot of Chukonus, they shoot enough arrows that they can kind of push through that. It requires real effort. That's what we want to see, right? Real effort. I think that's part of the some of the criticisms of their other DLCs, like Victors and Vanquished. At least on my end, when I saw it, I wasn't interested in it because I'd played all the campaigns already when they were the mods. Or played all the scenarios. It wasn't really a campaign. And then same with the Rome one. AoE 1 and AoE 2 in the AoE 2 engine was a mod on AOK Heaven and on Voobly. It was one of my earliest YouTube videos. I can't even go back and watch the video. The mic quality was so bad. but it's there. And I didn't really see anything with it that wasn't really more than the existing mod. Especially since AoE 1 DE is a thing. So presumably they had the graphic assets already set up for it. It's actually pronounced XuanLv. I asked Heavenly Chorus and he said XuanLv. But I'm not entirely sure, still. As I said, I have absolutely no clue about how to pronounce anglicized Chinese names. So if you have a pronunciation guide in the chat that's a bit more easy for me to read, I'll gladly take it. So we're gonna have the first relic being taken. Yes, Fuchuko used to escort the monk. And the scout's still out for XuanLv. Yeah, Victors and Vanquished felt so hard and low effort, it seems like they took a completely different approach, which flopped. I felt like if you're going to do something like that and add the campaigns to the game, I don't think the campaigns themselves are bad, but I think that having, like, all campaigns that are that similar style is probably a bit overwhelming. I think it would have been cool if they had, like, maybe a normal DLC. Like you hit the $7 price point where you do just campaigns, and then maybe you sprinkle in a couple of Victors and Vanquished scenarios and keep them as, like, bonus scenarios. Like you do a Byzantine campaign and you unlock that Constantinople defense scenario if you, like, complete an achievement in the campaign. And, like, just a little bonus thing you unlock. You do maybe two full 6 scenario campaigns with a couple of bonus things added in. Hit a $7 price point, and then it'd be wonderful. It's more like the oo in U rather than Lu. Okay. And is the XUAN more like a Schwen or Schwan? Like I've been pronouncing the A as kind of an E. I'm not sure about that. Schwen, okay. With an E, okay. I've completely forgot which one I said first. So I'm gonna think I said that one first. So monk converting rat and archers. I'll have 2 relics already in for Sora Kuma. A name I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing correctly. And Scout just patrolling by that relic, but I think a great job with the Chuko News to protect the monks as the relics come in. And we're seeing that eco difference of the Chinese, 1k more res collected. XuanLv, okay. So I'm getting the Schwen with an E, okay. Now my mind's thinking, what's the difference between LOU, like the OU and U, rather than Lu? Is it just, like, slightly shorter, like XuanLv? Is Twitch banned in China? I don't know for sure. I've never actually thought about that. I guess YouTube is, and I don't know about Amazon. Maybe it is. Presumably people can use VPNs, but I don't know. So Chuko News on the hill. I would guess it is, but I'm not sure. Chuko on the hill will fight the rat and archers. Rat and archers with lots of pierce armor, but Chuko with lots of arrows. Rat and archers are a bit speedier, so they're easy to micro in the fight. I'll go to China for the tournament this year. I will not. As far as I know, they didn't invite any like English-speaking casters, so I think it's just going to be a Chinese stream at the LAN itself. I will cover the event and stream it, but I will not physically be there. I will be at the Berlin LAN in December. Not the one this October in China. It would definitely be a fun trip. I know there have been China LANs for players before. I remember Nilly and Robo casted one many years ago on the Voobly official channel. I'm gonna cover the first qualifiers. I'll see how I'm feeling. I might take a day or two off from streaming after covering this tournament. Just because I need a break. Yeah, one of the archers that can deal with high armor targets. Them and the composite bowman. And depending on the type of armor, sometimes also the plumed archer, since they have that anti-infantry bonus. And also the longbows, if you get 60 of them from afar, then you can kind of go you do 1 damage over time from a far enough distance that it works. List in China? No, I'm not going to be in China. So lots of houses on the side for XuanLv. This kind of weird that he's not building a wall with the houses, just plop them down. He's microing those Rattan archers very intensely though. Base damage for Elite Chukonus. Elite Chukonus are a pretty darn good unit. So faster imp for XuanLv. Oh, XuanLv. We're invited as casters for the Chinese land. I'd assume it's Yo. I don't know who else is in the Chinese community. It's like new, like Chuko new. Okay, so this is a very short U at the end then. Okay, so XuanLv. Not like a Lu, like, okay, I can try, that's gonna be subtle. He didn't learn the pronunciation. I'm trying. Maybe Daniel? That would be a trip for Daniel. The LYU part? No, that's the thing. Like I can't figure out what the difference is between. You said it was like the OU and U, but that my mind can't phonetically figure out what the difference is. Let's go burn new. Unless is there like the Y from you supposed to be said there? I don't think so. So double trub production with the double castles from Sora Kuma. And he is pushing this castle. Rattan Archer is fighting the Chuko News. Or like... Oh, XuanLv? Is that it? So this castle will go down. That's 4 trebs already. And do we have chemistry on the way? We do have chemistry in. And maybe this now becomes bombard cannons. This is why I was thinking of the Imp Skirm opening, because there'd be so many more Imp Skirms than Rattan Archers right now. The stress on the UU and OUU make a big difference in Mandarin. The words are phonetic based. Can Daniel speak Chinese? Yes. You don't think Imp Skirms are cool? I think they are. I mean, still, we got the cannon out, and cannon will keep the trebs back. And there is Imp Skirm. Now he's getting to the cannon Imp Skirm combo. Has a few Rattans, but Rattan production will be stalled out a bit by the castles, or by that castle being destroyed. Siege engineers on the way. Rattans are where it's at. I do like Rattans. Cav switch China Cav better than Vietnam? Yeah, but then Vietnam can go Halb if China switches to Cav. Cav can be useful like for raiding, controlling the outside parts of the map. So Sora Kuma has a big wall of houses up, extending out to that gold. Yeah, remember, this is how I expected the houses to be a bit more from XuanLv. Is that better? XuanLv? Over here. You have a schwa at the end. Oh, so it's very weak. Like U sound then. So is the LV part at the end, or LU, I guess, is that like 2 syllables then? So lots of trip fire. Ratton's pushing forward. They are elite now. Give up already. Lu equal new. Okay. It's pronounced XuanLv. Okay. Lost the castle but won the tussle. Yeah, so we're gonna have the cav switch, right? Cav switch. Only light cav though. And honestly, Imp Skirm can deal okay with light cav. It's what we want to see is then XuanLv has enough Rattans to deal with them too, in addition to the skirms, and maybe considers a halb addition, just to make sure you have all the units added in. Okay, Treb picks off a cannon. Chikanu's not going to be able to pick it off at all. Remember Mortal Kombat? I don't. I never played Mortal Kombat. On the side with some vills, went for the gold, but there are the light cav. This is what the light cav can do. They can raid the vills on the outside. They can raid the vills on the outside. That's the mobility of the cav there from the Chinese. I think the Vietnamese really want to be pushing in one location against the Chinese. And they're having a pretty good push at that here. Time for a castle to go down. And down it goes. More light cav raiding on the outside. But Treb's there. Bombard cannons in that workshop. This is a tricky situation where maybe cannons can pick off the Trebs. You pop out the backside of the workshop and get an attack round. Awful pathing. Now Nilly's going to fix that in the next patch. Nilly's going to fix that apparently. So this pathing will succeed at least. Light cav will be right there. Pick off the vills. That castle goes down. That's going to leave this gold exposed. Not enough Rattans on both sides combined to deal with the light cav. But at the same time, the push up the middle continuing for our red player. It's like something about the plan seems sketchy. I mean, it feels like the unit composition you want. It's Imp Skirm plus Cannon to deal with the Chukonus. Imp Skirm to tank the Treb shots so your cannons stay alive. A lot of repairs on the castle. 2 Trebs too. This castle should go down, especially with siege engineers added in. Cannons coming out of that workshop though, and now XuanLv has to be careful to pick off those Trebs. Yeah, I do think it's a matchup where they struggle, but the light cav here I think is going to be the key, and how Sora Kuma is able to raid with them. So far he's done a great job of it. This castle so close to going down. That's a lot of repair vills. He's doing everything he can to keep that alive. Sending more light cav into the cannons though. He's spending a lot of stone to do so. He is out of... So he got 5.4k gold for buying stone, but the castle goes down. Didn't buy the stone early enough. Now the light cav going to try to raid through an overchopped forest, but the quick walls come up in time. And oh gosh, that is an aggressive castle. As all these Trebs will go down now. And does this castle go up? What is this villager fight? Vills, what are you doing? Where are you going? Sora Kuma needs more pop space, maybe. Thinks he's overboomed. Says, here, have some kills. Some light cav getting in there. More holes in this base, but hard to do too much damage with all the castles up and around. Some more raids on the outside. King's still in that tower in the back. And Treb's now breaking through as XuanLv tries to keep walling up more houses. He needs to use his 6k gold. Maybe he could be making cavaliers instead of light cav. He's going to pick off a lot of bombard cannons regardless. And go for the Trebs with the light cav. What's that? Imp Skirm has 8 attack. These things have 6 armor, so it's 2 damage per attack. Okay, having all the armor upgrades helps, but not all that much HP with only 80. All the siege is going to go down. And I feel like this might even have to be like workshop and some rams to clear stables. Keep the Chukunus away. I mean, res collected is much better for Sora Kuma, but the KD is wonderful for XuanLv. Despite having lost a couple castles. He just doesn't have a way to pick off those trebs right now. Doesn't have cav of his own. Rage Forest, They'll fight an imp. Onagers? I mean, maybe onagers could be useful, but I think it's just the light cap that are the problem. And even just bombard cannons are better at picking off buildings, so maybe just go with them. And he's got 6.4k gold and no cavaliers. He still has gold in his base. He's got gold over here. How does he have so much gold? He's just not spending any of it. Rocketry on the way. Scorpions on the way. Okay, then you can go onagers. Or just more cannons. These light cav raiding. So great raids from Sora Kuma over here. This is why I was thinking XuanLv needed the halbs earlier. And he also has to be careful that the light cav don't destroy that watchtower. The king is in the tower. Doesn't have onagers. Vietnamese do have access to onagers with siege engineers, right? So they're decent onagers. Unless you're siege exiling that for Sora Kuma, which of course he now has rocket carts instead. And Vils fighting the Trebs here. XuanLv down to around 100 Vils. But he's using his Vils to do work on the Trebs. I know, now he's in position to king snipe. These players gotta remember they're playing a Regicide fortress. And just look for the watchtower. Scorpions now attack faster? Wait, what? Do they attack faster? I don't see that. The Scorpion's moving in. You want to take out some of the imp skirms. Yeah, plus 25% attack from rocketry, yes. Oh, the King's Refuge is under attack. The light cav are there. The Trebs are there. The Vils are forward to wall in the King. XuanLv doesn't realize this. He needs to run the King. He can get to the TC. He can get to the TC. He needs to realize this. He needs to realize this. And he doesn't realize. King sniped there for Sora Kuma, and he goes up 2-0. Oh no, XuanLv, he was even kind of pushing, but just didn't defend himself enough. Oh no. Oh no. A player we haven't, I guess a lot of people aren't familiar with. You're gonna learn the hard way. You gotta carry your king when you play Regicide Fortress. Oh no. Oh no. He was right by the TC. He could have garrisoned. There weren't enough light cav actually to snipe him. You got to get this guy into Regicide Rumble so he can learn to keep the king safe. He forgot. I think Sora Kuma also kind of forgot for the moment, but then once he saw the flag, must have remembered. He went safe in the middle of the map in a castle. Yeah, those... It's so awkward, right? As I said, you're trying to go Rat and Archer plus Imp Skirm, and that is a small area army that isn't very mobile. And the Light Cav here, I mean, Light Cav, they're not even a great unit for the Chinese. They missed the Hussar upgrade. It's just fully upgraded Light Cav, but able to pick off the king. Type of game where you play poorly. Yeah, it's the type of game where you mentally have to recover from it. Because you're looking at the front and like, hey, I'm pushing. I feel like I'm winning. I'm destroying his base. He's forced him to go into now Scorpions. And I have siege ready. But all of a sudden you look back and you lose your king and you don't realize why you're defeated. I just put the king in the tower and set the gather point. Yeah, I think that is one thing. If the king is attacked, he like runs away from the attack instead of following his command. But that's changing in the next patch, I think. I think that's changing. So, I mean, much better KD. I think everyone was correct in that the Chinese will struggle against that unit composition in the straight-up fights. But mobility and better eco have given Sora Kuma a 2-0 lead. Yeah, that has happened, I think, to MBL. So, King Snipe. I was excited to see one of those. That'll be a win on Regicide Fortress for Sora Kuma. And a win with the Chinese against the Vietnamese. Last picked Vietnamese, too. That would have been a great win for XuanLv to pick up. Considering the Civ draft positions. Well, next map will be Migration. Had Mr. Euro and his king to a castle by min 3. He kind of survived that, though, right? He only took a bit of damage. Now here we are on Migration. Sora Kuma will be playing as the blue Italians to the west, and XuanLv will be playing as the red Italians to the east. And I guess the answer on the pronunciation is I've never actually heard the difference in, which is apparently a key difference in Mandarin, of the different U sounds at the end of the word. I can appreciate that when I've spoken German in the past, the difference between a U and a U with an umlaut on it is incredibly difficult for me as an English speaker to pick up on. So maybe this is a somewhat analogous situation for me. I realize the Magyar's buff? What is the Magyar's buff? The Magyar Hussars are different, right? Yale lost to Jordan by walking king to her castle. Did he? Am I forgetting this? They could have made a ram in that workshop beside the 2 trebs in that last game. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But there were a lot of like-cav there still. The Magyar Hussar gets buffed too much. Okay, what are the buffs for the Magyar Hussar? So, Italian's Mirror. I didn't even realize they were both Italians. Italian's Mirror for Migration. No, not a Dravidian's Mirror. That would have been something else, but Italian's Mirror. I did a breakdown of Yo's king walking to the castle. Did I? I don't remember that. I know I did. I was at NAC 5, so I probably wouldn't have done that. I did a breakdown of LingHe running his king into Gabby's castle once. That was in TTL. Is to accommodate the power creep in Hussars, they must be better than winged. Well, Magyar Hussars are still really good for sniping siege. But I'll need to play around with them then. So, will we see the same approach from the players then? Might see a mirrored fast castle play. Oh, look at this wood line. That basically chops the island in half. Just a tiny bit of walling here and here. And you have a full wall off on both sides. So 4 relics to the southwest of that wood line. 1 here, and then 3 along the bottom coast. 1 all the way to the northwest. $90,000 melee armor. Yeah, pretty long one here. Not as obvious of a wall segment, though, I'd say. You can't just cut the map off with this one like you can with the other one. It does go down to, like, 1 tile at some places, though. So a bit awkward. So Doc, forward part of the island for Sora Kuma. He'll get some fishing ships out. More fish around the north for XuanLv. And both up feudal at just about the same time. Tiny bit more idle time for Sora Kuma. And galleys on the way out for XuanLv. Galleys for Sora Kuma too, so 2 dock galleys for both of them. And another dock also going up, so 3rd dock being added in. Will we have a 3rd dock for Sora Kuma as well? Don't see it yet. If he does, it's not up yet. Up there he goes. Oh, or not. Or there. Okay, so very similar builds from each. A couple extra fishing ships, though, for Sora Kuma. And Res Collect still just about the same, but that'll start to pay off over time. Maybe in lieu of the fishing ships, though. XuanLv was able to add in galleys a bit earlier. Good morning, X2. Hello, Ducks X3. Lu equal like Chuko Nu. And Lu equal no plus Omega? Schwa. I think the problem I'm having there with your attempting to explain that is LOU is a name pronounced Lu in English. Which would have the same sound as LU. Why are we reading Schwaz? Because chat's trying to help me pronounce XuanLv better. Because apparently I'm not saying it right. Is this Schwa an IPA Schwa? What is IPA? I'll take a guess. International Phonetic Association. No plus schwa. I don't think most English speakers can correctly pronounce Chinese without either some formal phonetics training or a lot of exposure to the language. That is probably correct. International Phonetic Alphabet. Oh, I got 2 of them right. Got 2 of the words right. I can guess my acronyms, at least. I add the schwa sound after the no, so there's like a second syllable there? I think that's something I would need to practice to pronounce. I think I would need to listen to someone pronouncing this then. I'll need to find one of those like 30-second YouTube videos that spends 10 seconds like of silent beginning and then says this is a guide of how to pronounce the word, and then says the word once and then is like a 5-second ad at the end. Okay, transport coming forward. Galleys here. XuanLv's forward on the fishing ships, and he's going to win this fight against the galleys. Fishing ships will serve as something of a wall. A great galley micro from him. He's gonna pick these off. Down they go. And he still has the galley mass here with fletching. He's gonna pick off all of those galleys and now pick off all the fishing ships. Okay, this is the break he wants. This is what he wants. Fishing ship destruction time. Onto the Castle Age himself. He'll be a bit later, but did invest more heavily into the galleys. Need to get a foreign language app sponsorship so you can have a free trial. Yeah, that's what we need. I need like a Duolingo sponsorship. I don't think Stream Elements does those, though. So Sora Kuma, he is up. He's transported to the middle. We saw that transport going past while the galleys were there. And he's going to be making a transport to come over and... or not a transport, a forward dock to try to harass the fishing ships with fire ships. He has War Galley at a back dock, and his fish are still harassed. And XuanLv has significantly more eco population now. 5 fishing ships still, but down to now just 2 remaining for Sora Kuma. So his fish have been disrupted. Now it's a question of how does XuanLv protect his own fish, as the fire ships will probably destroy everything that's over here. Not the evil bird app. And I know Duolingo has so many ads in it now. What does Stream Elements have to do with sponsors? They're like integrated into Twitch now. With doing sponsorships. If you go to your Twitch dashboard settings, it basically gives you the list of sponsorships that Stream Elements has available at the current time. Ducks pays the annual thing for the bird app. I think we got to specify that the bird app is not like Twitter. I guess there's no bird there anymore, though. So War Galley's forward for Sora Kuma, and now he's forcing XuanLv off the wood line, and XuanLv has not managed to transport to the middle. Not managed to get to the middle at all. He has a lot of galleys, though. He's about to turn into War Galleys. So 19, and he has the bigger population, but doesn't quite have the timing ready for this. As the fire goes down, he's going to push over here, and he has transported. Now he has Vils on the middle himself. He's done Loom. He's doing Bowsaw, and War Galleys on the way. For X. An app that has become completely useless because now posts with links on them do not get any traction. So now he's taking the score lead again, getting to the middle, dropping a TC. We'll have 2 TCs on the middle for Sora Kuma. But he has a huge lead in his ship count now. And also, he's transported to the better part of the island. And when I say better, I mean the part that has the extra relics in it. So 1, 2, 3 relics for him. We see Sora Kuma already prioritizing relics, though. He has 2 in the monastery. He's grabbed the 2 in this area. And he gets the conversion on the scout, but just as the monk dies. That was awkward timing there. So XuanLv didn't have time to run or delete the scout afterwards. Find mirror matches boring? I like mirror matches, personally. I think they're so rare that we don't see them these days. It's refreshing to see a mirror match every so often. There's a couple of scouts still running around. Bills in the TC as the monastery goes up. And feels like the water now completely under control of XuanLv. Transport ship will be destroyed, fishing ships go down. And now it just comes down to what happens in the middle, as it'll be 2 scouts. 2 scouts, ooh, don't lose the transport. Don't lose the transport, he deletes it. Or maybe he should just let the transport get converted, then the monk loses the monk juice. So 2 scouts here will be tricky to deal with 1 monastery. Almost every extended feudal age battle is a mirror matchup. Mirror skirms. And okay, there's a monk grabbing the relic. Oh wait, there are 2 monks grabbing relics. Oh gosh, we have a relic heist here from Sora Kuma. No land military here from XuanLv to be able to stop this. And losing that scout to a conversion is absolutely huge for him now, as he's going to lose 2 of the relics that were basically free for him. He's bringing his ships back around. and Sora Kuma will be redocking. So redocking here, you can always get some fires out to try to harass the fishing ships. And with only one TC, XuanLv's going to try to make up for that difference just by having more fish now. So Vil counts are, or eco unit counts are equal, but that's more Vils for Sora Kuma, more fish for XuanLv, and Sora Kuma's up to the Imperial Age. He is up. And then you could maybe go fast fire to retake the water. You can maybe go fast fire. Oh, you know that's true. The monks have to walk around this. He could have just had ships right here and right here and stop the relics. But I guess he wasn't quite realizing that. And doesn't have that zoomed out view like we do. So some fires will go down. They're trying to hunt the fishing ships. But I worry about the war galleys once Imp comes in for Sora Kuma. He does see that middle now. Now the problem is that war galleys will be doing, once you get careening and fast fire, only 1 damage. Per, not per arrow, per bolt. Per bolt, I'll say. And that's going to make it extremely hard to fight fast fires, and we see fire ships being queued again here for Sora Kuma. What's going on for players? Think about that. No, don't doubt the creativity of players. And it's going to be a 5th relic picked up here for Sora Kuma. And is this going to be a relic victory? Is this standard victory? He's going to grab the relic. This dock will go down. But Imp is coming in, and not too far away from clicking Imp is XuanLv, who's now got 19 fishing ships, but I'm worried he might lose all of them. As we're going to have forward walls from Sora Kuma. Okay, he is prepared to use the wood lines on this island. A gate right in the middle, little walls on either side. Don't know if the ships will let him get that up, but it's a great idea, even just to gate the middle. What is this esports commercial? Are you getting an ad? Or are you just referring to something about the game? I was too late to play pre-rolls before the set started, so we might get them during the games. And ooh, not going to be a relic victory. 1 relic stopped by XuanLv's war galleys there. Ad just joined in. Alright, so you got a pre-roll then. I'm sorry. I wish I could just disable them all. Yeah, Monk wants a conversion on that fill. Workshop will go up, and we'll have block printing and chemistry on the way. And there are the fast fires, and this is how it works. 8 pierce armor, 9 ship armor. Against 9 pierce attack, 9 ship attack. That's a total of 1 damage. And the war galleys, the best thing they can do now is just run. And 17 fishing ships, they need to run too. The fires can at least be useful here. However, Italians do not have heavy demo. So their best answer to these fires here is some type of demo plus fire Castle Age combination. And then eventually getting upgrades themselves. For the fires, for the galleys. But this is a lot of pressure. Low HP fires here, but we see just how little damage the war galleys do. On the other side, Genoese crossbowmen are forward, so is a monk. That outpost, you'll see the TC. He's about to get up. Then maybe we could do Trebs, take out that workshop with Trebs. If the cannons are there, the Genbos will be there. But this is a great push with the fire ships. There's a demo. Will the demo connect? Not a great demo shot there, only gets 1. And the rest of the Navy going down, Bracer on the way. Maybe XuanLv can play this, just give up on the water, fight on the land. But even in terms of villagers, it's 98 villas to 72. Fast fire just moves faster? No, fast fire is insane. Fast fire is insane against Castle Age war galleys. Especially when you couple it with careening. Careening for the +1 armor actually is key, because it then cuts the damage in half. And from 2 to 1 for every bolt. Oh, there's an ad for the Saudi Esports World Cup or something. Oh, okay, yeah. AoE2 is not a part of that. Although I heard there were discussions about it at some level, but it's not a thing. I think StarCraft is there. That castle. The castle was destroyed. Wait, what? Oh, the bombard cannon sniped the castle. The bombard cannon sniped the castle. He didn't get the stone. The castle was destroyed by the cannon. Oh, disaster. Absolute disaster. The monks are coming forward to convert the Genoese crossbowmen. Absolute disaster there. Fire shooting at the Genbo and forward castle now for Sora Kuma. Sora Kuma in total domination mode. Going for the cannon. Vils will go for that trib. He's making a play for that final relic soon, probably, too, with all the monks he still has left. That's conversion on that Genbo. And Vils will take out that trib. I feel like I've seen Yo do that a lot, fight tribs with Vils. So, disaster into GG. 3-0 for Sora Kuma. The faster imp and the fast fires have done it. 89 to 74 KD. Much better eco. And, well, every set XuanLv has won has gone the distance. And he's going to need a reverse sweep to make that happen today. GG, hello Tucson Blues. It's 3-0 for Sora Kuma. Winning on migration. And winning the Italians mirror. Best of 7, yes, best of 7. Hello, Mr. Whitebeard. You're a big fan of Sora Kuma. Well, you must be happy seeing the results so far today, then. And he'll try to close it out here. The map will be African Waters. We do have a spec delay, so maybe I'll just play a 30-second ad to disable pre-rolls. He can't catch a break. Not today. If you go heavy galleys, you need to get a competitive uptime, otherwise your opponent's window for the fast fires can destroy you. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what we saw that game. The window for the fast fires against the war galleys. Alright, so African Waters, right into it. 5 rhinos. Sora Kuma taking the forward rhino. He is the Romans. XuanLv is the Dravidians. There's going to be an attempted lame here, but nope, that is lured into the TC. So no lame so far. Remember, you do have complete vision of the middle. Both players do. So no surprises when Vils come forward to lame. Heavy galley? He means, he's not referring to the unit. He's using heavy as a word to describe the emphasis on creating lots of galleys. Ooh, okay, that rhino walking right to the villager, and this is going to be a lame. XuanLv not catching any break this set. The rhino just walked right to that villager in its random walk. And, well, Sora Kuma, that's what he wanted to do there, get a lame. There he goes. That was a smooth lame. And XuanLv looks like he was probably moving the dock villager out just as that was happening. And didn't quite pay attention. Rhino, rigged Rhino. More rigged than a T90 Kami game drawing. Oh, Trip Hammer. I used to live near a place called Trip Hammer in upstate New York. You're giving me flashbacks to road names. And hello, Mateus. How you doing? Thanks for watching. And oh, another lame for Sora Kuma. Oh, he's laming everything. He's a beast with the lames. And do all the quests. Sora Kuma's doing all the lames. There goes the rhino. Well, not the start XuanLv wanted. I also have a dock to the south with some fishing ships. Even gonna take the food from that rhino. The loom on the way for Sora Kuma. I'm surprised he's beaten everyone so easily this tournament. I'm not surprised that he's won every set. 4-0. And again, I have no idea how good XuanLv actually is. He's done well this tournament. Maybe Sora Kuma is just really well prepared for this set. I was excited to see XuanLv, but I was still went into this thinking Sora Kuma was the favorite. The sweep over Daniel. Well, Daniel can get swept sometimes. I did think probably Sora Kuma and Lix were the two favorites. And if we do get that Lix XuanLv rematch, chance for Lix to redeem himself and then face Sora Kuma in the finals. Daniel is surprising. Maybe just as an American, I'm used to seeing our teams not do well in Age of Empires. So both players up at just about the same time, but this is where the laming is going to hurt, because Sora Kuma has 800 food of Rhino left, and XuanLv has none. And these vills have to go to straggler trees now instead of food. Might just have to go full Skirb and avoid the militia, because I don't think you'll have food for them into Men-at-Arms. Oh, the camel trying to stop the walls. Camel trying to stop the walls. Will this succeed? The Vil kind of needs to push the camel, then turn around, maybe? Oh, great play on the camel from Sora Kuma. Everything there blocked. Will the Vils get that? No, they won't. Men-at-Arms are here. Oh, that was so well done. That was so well done. 2 Vils here will go down with the camel block. These Vils on the gold need to wall themselves in. 1 Vil will be outside. At least there's a felled tree there. Oh, that was nasty. And we're going to have a forward dock. The Vil does get forward for Sora Kuma. And he'll be docking the northern pond trying to harass these fishing ships. Alright, Men-at-Arms, they are in. Archers on the way out. Get more chips and make some nachos from the cheese strats. I don't think there's anything cheesy about this. This is just good usage of the camel. Vil's going to fight the Men-at-Arms as the archer comes over. The Men-at-Arms need to make sure they're attacking the Vils properly. Otherwise the Vils can fight them off. And that was actually a really good Vil fight so far. That Vil not going to wall himself in, just needs to get as much damage in the attack as he can. So 2 Vils down on the wood line. A total of... Wait, a 3-0 Eco KD? Is that not 4 Vils down total? Well, maybe just 1 Vil died then. Okay, those Men-at-Arms not as effective on the wood line as XuanLv would have, or as Sora Kuma would have liked them to be. XuanLv took a great Vil fight there. The Men-at-Arms are kind of split up. Maybe that'll change next patch with different pathing. But yeah, that camel block was nasty. So, a fire galley attacking the dock. And a fletching on the way for Sora Kuma.
Sari.
Salve.
He made 2 blacksmiths? Oh, he also double blacksmithed. Oh no, the horror. The double blacksmith for XuanLv. He has the score lead somehow, and yet it still feels like everything's falling apart for him. Maybe he can do some damage with these archers. Maybe he can do damage with the archers. It does look like he has the fire galley lead in the north, so able to protect his fish. Still pumping out more fire galleys. Taking a lot of the fish, and it looks like he will have a vill to the east to grab another pond. Still no one heading for the western pond. Walls up here for Sora Kuma, as he will with some skirms chase away the archers, leave their corpses to feed the zebras. Zebras eat dead archers? I need to brush up on my zebra facts. Why would you do 2 blacksmith? Because it's an accident. It is a mistake, and he spent more wood than he wanted to. Yeah, a double blacksmith for faster tech is more of like a Imperial Age thing. If you're trying to upgrade several unit lines at once and you have the eco to sustain multiple upgrades. Are they vegetarians? I have no idea. And Sora Kuma also docking in the east, so both players with a dock on the eastern pond. Now the fires go down. So they go down. Fishing ships are destroyed, but a lot of the fish has been taken. And Castle Age on the way for Sora Kuma. He is up. He's up. XuanLv won't be too far behind, though. Won't be too far behind. And Sora Kuma with the initiative on this eastern pond. Fire galley out to destroy the fishing ships. And that'll be a fish going down. So what do we see from the Romans? Double workshop scorpion once we get up? That would be fun. 35 to 34 vills, 6 to 5 fishing ships, but more being queued. 1 in the back, or 2 in the back. Fire galley from this dock. And Archer is going to find Sora Kuma's vill by the western pond. Doubt house 96%. That won't be finished. Many herbivores are opportunistic and will happily take advantage of a free meal. For example, horses are documented eating small mammals and birds. Okay. I would assume the diet of a zebra is similar to that of a horse, but that might just be a misconception on my part. I guess in AoE 2, zebras and horses are completely different animals. Like horses are horses and zebras are deer. Squirrels are eating meat too. Oh gosh, I'll never look at a squirrel the same way again when I take it up. Next time I see one on a walk. Those acorns are just a cover. Bodkin crossbow on the way, which needs some automod approving. And crossbow fight over here. No crossbow in yet for Sora Kuma. XuanLv still with the score lead. Down in res collected. Down in KD. He did, though, defend his pond, so he has his fish still working there. And also with the Dravidians, he can take the far fish rather effectively because he has that extra carry capacity. And, okay, university plus workshop. That is expensive to afford both of them. University plus workshop. That's gotta be ballistics plus mangonels then. Did I cast Argentina Brazil yesterday? Yes, I did, Nightlife. Yes, I did. I co-casted that with Paradox. He deleted a range? He should have deleted one of his blacksmiths. So still a score lead for XuanLv. I'm not quite sure how. He has 2 TCs versus 3. Maybe Dravidians is just that strong. Oh, because 2 skirms were stuck? Okay, yeah, that's also tricky on this map with these wood lines and the holes in them. You can easily build your buildings where units get stuck. Are 2 skirms worth an archery range? I don't know. Mangonel counters archers, they said. They used to. Okay, Mangonels also counter your own villagers. Yeah, there's a self-kill for Sora Kuma. And a prayer for the vills on the Mangonel. So, finally a score lead for Sora Kuma. Losing a Scorpion, though. As 15 eco units ahead. And Crossbows will have to dodge more Mangonels. He has the Mangonel lead, too. I mean, maybe he was just in that deathmatch situation where you're spending all your resources faster. So your score temporarily drops. He is definitely unstoppable today. But maybe a bit of a... And just a more experienced Regicide Fortress play, knowing about that King Snipe. And feels like this game, just everything's gone wrong for XuanLv. And I mean, good job for him to defend the pond and still be competitive now. But he has lost that pond in the east. Has a few crossbows raiding in the south, but Scorpion will come over. LE archers can be good here. Good but expensive, right? Good but expensive. And you need quite a few of them to make it worthwhile. Oh, okay, okay. There's some Mangonel micro from XuanLv. Down by 20 vills now. Mangonel's trading shots. Not. Ooh, how did that Mangonel come out unscathed? I don't know. But my brain can't process Mangonel shots sometimes. Sometimes they look like they're supposed to hit and they completely miss. Last results in this tournament were 3-0 and 4-0. Well, he's about to find his path to the grand finals, I think. He's looked really impressive today. His closest loss was that Regicide Fortress where he won from the King Snipe. If that were non-Regicide, I think the push from XuanLv actually was succeeding at that point, even though he was still down in score, but you gotta remember the Kings. So 3rd TC on this back woodline by the zebras, adding in more farms. Mangonel's pushing, Repairville gets picked off, uphill Mangonel gets destroyed by the second shot, doesn't get a shot off in parting. And more micro, doesn't move the Mangonel, but uphill, so it's okay. Camels had for breakfast is zooming around. Remember, camels are horses in this game, so they like to zoom. Okay, Mangonel going down. So cheap scorpions for the Romans. No ballistics on them, though. Okay, this Mangonel finally causing some harm. The crossbows there, Vils can't just rush it. And another range there for XuanLv. Oh, nice attack round. In combo with the skirms to take out that Mangonel. Well done on that hill. And that'll force this Mangonel back a bit. Oh, we'll take a shot. Yeah, so we're going with 3 relics even. And, oh, a house by the other one, so he knows it's there. That's actually nice. If you're sending your forward Vil, you use the Vil time to do a house and scout a relic, so that way if a monk comes and takes it, you'll know. I guess you'll know from the mini-map anyway, but gives you some line of sight. As you'll see it just disappear from the mini-map. Mangonel, crossbows dodge. What? Repairs come in for the Vil on the Mangonel. Not just wall in. That would actually be a good play when you're there. That could be interesting. I guess it's a bit of palisade work. But you don't even need to finish the palisades if you're worried about just a monk, though. So Sora Kuma will repair his workshop, try to get more Mangonels out. And with his economy, he's going to go for a night switch. No monks in defense prepared, and those knights are going to start picking off Mangonels left and right. That's 1 down. Another going to go down on the side, and the third forced to retreat. The knight's even picking it off because there is nothing, absolutely nothing to defend it other than TCs and Vil repairs. The first armor is in, +1 in for the knights, and they can start sitting under the TC fires. They do have bodkins, so they will want +2. But the raids are here, and the score advantage starting to climb for Sora Kuma, as he does get a TC up just before crossbows get in. That will not be denied. And things looking really good for Sora Kuma, as this Mangonel push will continue and reach the town center. And there's the GG, and again, Sora Kuma with a clean 4-0 sweep. He will head to the grand finals. It's double elimination, so XuanLv will drop to the lower bracket finals. 45 to 39 KD, much better eco, faster uptime, more Vils, everything going his way, and congrats to Sora Kuma. And 4-0. Winning African Waters. It was Romans over Dravidians. So next up, we will have Lix versus Daniel. That'll be our next set in the lower bracket semifinals. Let me open up the Wikipedia page so we can look at the brackets real quick. The schedule says this next set is in 2 hours. This set was fast. Let's see, that's Sora Kuma going to the grand final, XuanLv dropping to the lower bracket final, and Daniel Lix will be next in the best of 7 lower bracket semis. But Sora Kuma, he lost 1 game in the first round to Blue, and hasn't lost since, over Dijuzu, Daniel, and XuanLv now. Still, yeah, decently competitive 4-0, but Sora Kuma felt like he didn't have really much trouble at all. That's 2 sets in a row, 4-0, where even against Daniel, felt very clean. Okay, so let's get the scoreboard set up for the next set then. Don't know if they're going to start right away. So I'll just get this set up. It'll be LB semifinals. Licks against Daniel. Alright, so I will take a quick break on my end, and I'll be right back, and we'll look if they can get their drafts going. And hello, Lily. Hello, Party Meldman. Tried to sub and the screen freezes. Oh no. Hopefully that fixes itself. Might be an issue on Twitch's end. Let's see. We have drafts coming up, so we'll grab the map draft here. Lex will be on the left. And have a civ draft. Yes, we do. There we are. So Golden Stream, our first map, and perhaps appropriately, a Chinese Mirror as the first civ. Gray hello. What is gray about the hello? Maybe he can be gray like Gandalf. Twist the gray. More like twist the cyan. Ooh, Byzantines pick for Licks. Hope we get to see some Byzantines. This is another matchup, though, where I do fear it might be a 4-0 win for Licks. I'm kind of afraid for Daniel here. As much as I want to support my fellow American, I think Licks is probably a heavy favorite here. Hello, Holy Roman Viking. How are you doing? That draft is complete. I know he's definitely more of a team game player than a 1v1 player. I don't know if I'd call Daniel a favorite though. Lots of nostalgia between AoE1 and AOM. Yeah, as I said, I need to update the overlay. Maybe update it with the currently playing song, and also update it with potentially the what is it? Some new background images, some new soundtracks too. Maybe grab stuff from like other medieval soundtrack games. Don't have any good ideas, but that's in the. It's not in the overlay, but I could add it. I'm thinking of adding it somewhere. We can do whatever we want with the overlay. That's the power of programming. In JavaScript. Maybe even randomize the songs a bit. Not a YouTube video? No, the background is just a video I have on my hard drive that's playing. But the music is then also a playlist that I have. But I also could probably make the music play through a browser source in OBS. And then, like at the end of each track, randomize which one gets played next. Make it a bit less repetitive. Even an hour of music gets repetitive if we're streaming for... Like yesterday, we streamed almost 10 hours. There's definitely a lot of idle time, right? If you recapture it, the idle time tracker would be ticking up. Actually, I gotta check. What is our partner plus count? So I think last I checked, we were at 99 out of 100. Or staying at the 60-40 tier. Oh, we're at 100. Perfect. All right, we've maintained the 60-40 tier for another month. Use some heavy metal for some calm background music. Can use the Age of Mythology fight music. Like the music that kicks in when you drop the meteors. It plays through OBS. You just add it as a media source in OBS. That's just a wave file through a media source. But I could do something more fancy if I wanted to. I just took a whole bunch of the tracks and concatenated them together. All right, we have a lobby. We have a lobby. Correct, Full Metal Zim, correct. Alright, and we are launching with a Spectali, but we're good. When are the Sudden Disaster 2 qualifiers? That's a good idea. Johnslow asked me to co-host the tournament with him, and I need to actually look at that. Should be coming up soon, Tiger Lord. And I think probably it's supposed to avoid conflict with the LingHe qualifiers. Hype for the treadmill crane buff. See, the treadmill crane buff is the type of thing, that's the type of balance change I hate. That is change for the sake of change. It's not change to really accomplish anything. What do I mean? I mean, treadmill crane. What's this buffing or changing treadmill crane gonna do? It's still something you click because it's good to have. It's food and wood, so it's not that expensive, but it's not a high priority most of the time. Unless you're gonna go for some type of castle drop, then you click it. It was in a good spot already. It's not broken. Yeah, now wait, you research it faster, right? That was the change. So you don't need to plan for it now. It's just, oh, I gotta build something. Let's do a panic treadmill crane. No more treadmill crane planning. Want to be used for more than ballistics in the castle age. Oh, does 50 stone instead of 300 food? That's actually a nerf. That makes it expensive. Alright, so welcome to the lower bracket semifinals between Daniel and Lix. We just casted the upper bracket finals, so the loser of this set drops out. The winner will continue on to the lower bracket finals, where they then will face the player who lost of the previous set, who is XuanLv. And then if they get to the grand finals, they will face Sora Kuma. So, Daniel to the west, playing as the blue Portuguese. Lix to the east, playing as the red Koreans. Now, Koreans do not have demos, so on this map with the Mangrove Shallows, that could be tricky not being able to demo land units. Or risky if you fight fires, because now the Koreans, they have their turtle ships. We all know turtle ships have been horribly nerfed against fires, now that they shoot multiple rockets and a cannonball differently. So, ooh. Tricky civ to use. Usually you'd see Koreans maybe on Migration, a more galley-heavy map. This Daniel, I mean, a lot of players pick Portuguese. Right? I mean, fire galleys with the extra HP and gold discount. Nice water civ. Gold Rush maps where it's in the middle creates such a brouhaha in the middle. Yeah, this is a very gold-heavy middle. Oh, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Sedishes, I'm still, as much as I struggled with XuanLv, I know I still struggle with your name. It's like I need more vowels at the end, but thank you very much. Never gonna call, you'll never not call organ guns or young guns. Viper likes his organ guns, that's for sure. So one relic in the middle, two on each side. You do sometimes see the map played where players go for sneaks or forwards, but hard to pull that off against the Koreans. And hard maybe to pull off as the Koreans without the greatest stable. So Luminous Villa will get the house up as the scout will be chased off by Lix's scout. Was the range nerf necessary? You probably needed some type of nerf, I don't know if that was the right one. Maybe the nerf they needed was just you don't need redemption to convert them. So feudal for both players, Daniel up just a bit faster. And now the question is, how heavily do they dock the middle? Will we see 2 or 3 docks? Additional docks for additional fires. Or even a galley opening. I mean, you can open galleys on this map. And it does work once you get enough of them. But usually it's fires. And I think that, yeah, Daniel gonna go forward for a forward dock. Oh, okay, Lix! Using the Mangrove Shallows. I've not seen anyone do this before. Lix doing Lix things. He's gonna wall this off. He's gonna wall this off, and Daniel's gonna go fires, and he's gonna be walled out. Okay. Okay, Lix. Lix is cooking here. Lion killed by the vills from Daniel in the middle. But Lix is cooking. Only box turtles, and these are collected rather slowly. But I've never seen someone actually use the Mangrove Shallow part of the Mangrove Shallows in the middle for buildings. And it's walls. Lix is now walled off. Daniel won't see that. He's going to make fires, and he'll come this way, and then he'll just be walled off. How do they destroy palisades? The problem with fires destroying palisades is that they get through them at, I don't even know how fast or slow it is, but Lix can wall behind. So Daniel now needs to do a tower, and he needs to tower rush the wall that Lix has made so he can destroy the fish. And hello, Haru? And tower going up, so Lix is just like, oh, I'll fish out here, I'll fish outside the tower. We'll be outside the tower range. He'll be safe there. Daniel now can send the fires through or send them around maybe. Galley won't be able to camp in the back, the tower range is too much. Maybe the tower could have even been a few tiles more forward. Is it even worth it? I don't know. I don't know. He just wants to disrupt Lix's fish. But now Lix with one dock can sit here and amass a few more galleys if he wants to. And hello, the Raven on YouTube. So scout here from Lix running around. Bill's fishing the box turtles as the fire tries to break through the wall. Yep, it's shorefish. It's shorefish. They have 200 food on them, and they collect rather slowly. So here is Daniel going all the way around the back of the back. Also breaks through with a fire. And now we'll destroy the fishing ships. Lix, though, doesn't seem too worried. So now he'll take the fish out, no problem. Going through on one side, going around on the other. Lix not fully walled because of that tower and needing to go in and out. So he'll lose everything there. And now what's going to happen on land? A couple of goats not found by Lix. Did he just not see them? Or he just didn't see them. Missed them by a tile. Unfortunate scouting from Lix. Not as bad as that doubt video I have where he saw literally where he had scouting that literally enclosed all the goats. But okay, scout running under the TC. Lix not noticing. What is Lix doing that he's not noticing that? Maybe he's just deciding not to garrison. Oh, he's got archers forward. Scout is in, but walls will be finished for Daniel, and he now is fully walled. Big wall at the front, but he invested into it and got it up. That'll keep the archers out. So Lix is trying to go for archers from the range. I know, goat. Vil will fight off the scout. Mining camp will go up to the side for Daniel. And Vil almost getting the scout. One more hit. Scout with 2 HP left. I have double bit axe on the way for Lix. Such a waller. Oh, it's tournament AoE 2. You got a wall. Lix could be losing his dock. Well, we'll hit the wood line, but Daniel has lots of wood in the back towards which he can move those villagers. Oh, and the lion gonna help the scout get a kill on the villager? Ooh, that feels tempting. 3 HP left. But the archer is gonna try to defend her and keep the scout away. Scout on only 9 HP. And Lix will just do a swap, grab a full HP Vil to finish the wall, and bring the low HP Vil back to the TC. Probably put her on a farm somewhere. Nice Vil management there. Scouts from Daniel. Ooh, that Vil... on the straggler. Okay. I was gonna say that's a scary farm. That's not a good farm. Yep. Okay. Perfect management from Lix. He swaps the Vils, places the male Vil on this farm and the weak Vil on that farm. And Daniel's going back. He's like, oh, he swapped the Vils. Not gonna get a kill there. So stable going up for Daniel. Archers will shoot at the Vils, force them away from the lumber camp. And Castle Age on the way for Daniel, as we'll have double stables from the Portuguese, and now it's just going to be double stable knights. Yeah, Lix did give up on water. And Archer is going to try to break through that wall. Scout is behind there on 2 HP. Could be tempting for Daniel just to send a Vil either to wall behind this or fight the scout. Get a hit on the scout. So Castle Age on the way for Lix slightly later, and yeah, walling behind this. That was with his own scout too. I'd be tempted to just try to hit the scout. Don't let it escape. But he will wall behind this. Make sure nothing gets in. And he's still fishing on the water himself. And has gotten 8 fishing ships out. So down by 1 single villager, but up by 8 fishing ships. And you can see that in the res collected has a rather smooth economy set up so far. So redocking from Lix. Lix has to know turtles are nerfed now, right? He has to know turtles are bad. Is he gonna go turtles? Night switch. Remember, the night switch will be walled out. And I still do think it is hard to raid Koreans if they can go guard towers. Knights probably will clean at least the forward archers, though. Well, one armor done. Knights immediately queued, and that'll force the archers back. Yeah, right now the scout can do something since it is 2 HP. And that something will be scouting and probably seeing the knights. It'll see the stable. Ooh, if he doesn't have the scout, does he see the stable? Maybe he won't see the double stable. He needs to move the scout along the wall, but... Knights will go forward, knights will pick off the scout. There it goes, finally. So Daniel will see the redock attempt. Only one dock, though. The bowsaw, crossbow, bodkin arrow combination there for Lix. Along with wheelbarrow. And a second TC for him in the back. I got the goats too. He must have gotten the goats that were out here wherever Lix's scouting failed him. Oh, probably from there. Oh, that's scouting. So knights coming forward, they're going to try to find and kill the crossbows. And remember, no demos for the Koreans, so extra safe for Daniel to be running about atop the mangrove shallows. Also keep the scout alive, but this will be a good pick off of the crossbows. Look at the pathing. Is Nilly going to make this engagement different in the next patch? They'll all go down. They'll have fire surrounding the dock in the north. And no turtles for Koreans. That's so devastating. They were nerfed so hard, it's like they don't even have them. So no more docks for Lix. TC in the center for Daniel, so he'll have one at home, one in the middle, and 3 TCs for both players, as Daniel still will have 8 fishing ships. And we'll be able to pressure the walls a bit with knights if he tries to go forward, and he's going to do, in addition to the TCs, a forward workshop. Oh, we have a forward Vil from Lix. Lix is going to do Lix things. Oh, goats over here. Maybe the Vil got one of the goats back. As I always say, the scariest thing in Age of Empires is Lix with a sneak villager you haven't seen. So maybe he'll be up to something. Oh, overchop, overchop, overchop. Oh, and he walls. He walls. Almost a disaster. Lix realized. Daniel a split second too late in realizing. Lix realized just in time to wall the knights out. And more walls in the back. Defensive monastery for monks to keep the knights away. Almost a disaster, but he recovered. And there is a wheelbarrow on the way for Daniel. Water difference is getting bigger. Well, it's staying the same. So just more houses for Lix so far. Not doing anything too fancy. And now that house is within the line of sight of the TC as Daniel just finishes town watch. And if he pays attention, he will see that villager inside of his line of sight. And at the very least, he's going to know that there are houses there. That house is in his TC line of sight. So he will be aware there's something going up over here. Oh, Fire Lancers! Fire Lancers! Fire Lancer monks. Koreans have Fire Lancers now. The amazingly OP unit. They counter Cav, and that includes knights. Mangonel try to get some hits on the range. Monk's healing, Fire Lancers in the back. And oh, the Knight has found the Vil, as has another Vil. So that sneaky Vil from Lix will go down. Nothing too damaging done. Should he go Knight crossbow with his gold axis? It's Portuguese, maybe. I mean, that's kind of what he's doing, right? He has Knights and he has a crossbow. Knight crossbow, Monk Mangonel, 4 gold units. Scout in, might pick a Monk. Find some Vils. Whack the Vil, Scout will go down. No fletching. Would discount on Fire Lancers. That's true. Would discounted Fire Lancers. And Castle going up for Lix, so he can maybe go War Wagons. Maybe a situation though where Daniel doesn't even really need to push all that much. Maybe he can just hold the middle, as it looks like he will be much closer to Imp. Res collected, he's almost 2k ahead, and that'll be just about the cost of Imp. Three mangonels now with the push, but this is how the Koreans can stop this. Guard towers. So maybe Daniel just goes to the outside, hits the TC, stalls for Imp. Now forward Vils from Lix, no demo from Daniel. He wants a guard tower in the middle of his base, but that's not going to go up. It's going to go up on the other side. I don't think a demo stops that. Maybe 2 monks getting conversions help slow it down. You want the Vils or the Fire Lancers here? Maybe the Fire Lancers even. No, just looking for the demos as Daniel's up to Imp. So Imp, and once he gets up, it'll be Trebs here and he'll take out that tower. Lix not too far away from Imp himself though, but he's going to do the extra range for Upsiong first. That'll be +2 range for the towers that already have Bodkin. So that'll be a total of 12 range in the Castle Age. Then you can get Bodkin for a total of 13 when you're an Imp. It does idle some of the gold for Daniel, that's true. Actually idles both of it, and he can go out there for gold. Daniel still with enough gold at home for the moment. You can take it there. Worry about this later. And there's the castle. 4 galleys on the way. Oh gosh, Fire Lancers on the dock. Where is the demo, Daniel? Where's your demo? Well, his... Fire Lancers destroyed a modest... Oh gosh, Fire Lancers. What do they do against buildings? Yeah, they're OP. +1 against building, too. Well, that'll be a monastery and monks there, for Lix at least. Lix just doing Lix things. He has his Vils forward. And we'll do a tower here on the front of Daniel's base. And there it goes, starting to go up. Oh, the Fire Lancers are in. They're in through the palisade. Okay, things may be falling apart for Daniel at his base. Fire Lancers just way too strong against buildings. They have a bonus for the Koreans other than ranged soldiers and infantry minus 50% wood. And that definitely applies to these guys. So Imp on the way for Lix, but Daniel with a good timing advantage. Oh, and Burke on YouTube, 5 gift memberships. Thank you. I don't even know how that works, but thank you. I still don't know how the YouTube stuff works. I got a nice chat notification there. Thank you for the gifties. The Vil goes down, the Fire Lancers keep raiding. And while Lix doing Lix things now, raiding in the back of Daniel's base. Daniel with Trebs playing a standard game, taking out a castle at the front. Lix playing a Lix game with Fire Lancers in the back. Oh, that's right, Gambesons. Gambesons. Do the Koreans have that? They do, and it would apply to them. Would give them an extra pierce armor. With all the TCs they're under, that would help. Has Lance in the back. Fire Lance in the back. There's Lix up to Imp, though there are those Korean keeps. I'm sure we'll get Bracer soon. He's doing War Galley, thinking of getting back on the water. Daniel to Ford Castle, though, and he is trebbing. He's trebbing his way into Lix's base. There are red dots everywhere on the map. And Knights clean the Fire Lancers. Knights and Monks clean the Fire Lancers in the back. And with the Treb push, Daniel will take game number 1. Daniel taking game number 1. So 34 to 22 KD. Better eco. Better uptimes. More vills. Lix was an interesting wall strategy at the start. But Daniel, I think, came up with a great counter to it by using that tower. And hello, Major Blazer. Even Lix does not know what Lix is doing. Maybe that's the secret. If he doesn't know what he's doing, how will anyone? He is an agent of chaos, yes. Yeah, those extra fishing chips made a great difference for his eco, too. So 1-0 for Daniel. Let's go. I will unabashedly be cheering for Daniel, as I will anytime there's a USA player in a game. So that's Portuguese over the very highly picked Koreans for Lix. The next map will be Nomad. And Nomad matchup will be Bengalis for Daniel and Vietnamese for Lix. Yeah, Lix, I expect Lix to win the Nomad game. I would expect Lix to win the Nomad game. Let's see if they load in. Here we go. And welcome to Nomad. Water on all 4 sides. TC in the very north for Daniel as the Bengalis. Lix heading looks like to the middle of the map. Converging around here. Oh, up here. He will do a TC, get his chicken off the TC. Daniel walking right past him. He'll be going to do his own TC. And okay, map position for Daniel. Maybe a bit tricky. The stone is right between the two of them. Gold is all the way over here. Daniel does not have any other resources. TCing by the coast. And don't know how great of a decision that is. He is going to lure the boar immediately. So he will get the nearby boar. 1 boar all the way to the top. And 1 over here. So he might be able to get 3 boars. And 3 boars when you're this close is pretty crucial. Is the Vil already going to find more boars? Maybe going to lame some deer. We're over there for licks. So nice start. And honestly, there's so many wood lines near licks that he doesn't have any extra boars. Daniel could be in a great position with the boars. Ooh, but Lick's gonna grab the one to the top. He has the chickens, he's done the chicken scouting, and he will grab the boar. He will also know how trapped Daniel is. Dock positions, we'll have a dock in the east in the corner for Daniel, and a dock to the north, slightly northwest for Licks. Oh, and there we go, there's another boar, there, he's in the back. Okay, so he'll have 3 boars then, he'll be fine. Grabbing that boar I thought Daniel would take. But Daniel not fast enough, he's going to lure in the boar by the house, so Daniel has 2 boars. And Nomad is an amazing map. I feel like it's a map where the player skill makes the biggest difference of almost any map. Despite all the randomness. So in some sense, the randomness just means it's a bigger skill to manage the randomness. Is your favorite to play? I know it's a very popular map, but more popular among China, Southeast Asia, Vietnam. Compared to Black Forest or Rage Forest, which is more popular, I think, in the rest of the world. Trying to wall Licks in? I think he's just walling Licks off of gold, maybe? Oh, you're right, that is an interesting wall. Interestingly forward. You know, maybe he's just trying to keep a gold safe for himself? Licks will have an outpost forward. Daniel has just gotta be like, I have no gold on my map, gotta take gold somewhere. Maybe a clandestine mining camp over here. There's the mining camp. Bloom on the way, and Feudal Age on the way for Daniel. Will he knock down that outpost? I mean, looks like that outpost is going to have great vision of seeing where Daniel sends the Vils. Looks like the Vil over here. Didn't see the mining camp, at least. That's a nice break for Daniel. But maybe Licks will notice from the outpost. Oh, and Licks, what is his scouting? He's trying to find the dock from Daniel. He wants to do a forward dock. That's a dock Vil. He's just going to send the Vil forward, and even if he just does a dock wherever he finds a spot, that'll be nice for him. That'll be what he wants. Up in Vil. Oh gosh, it's a Licks game. It's a Vil fight. Let's go. 9 versus 8. One more for Daniel. Licks bringing the weak Vil back. Daniel bringing his weak Vil back. 3v1 down here. Vil's around the stone, taking a fight. Running around. This Vil gets back towards the TC. Feudal Age on the way. And I feel like Daniel won that Vil fight. He can wall on his Vils and mine gold again. So he does have some gold access. And where is that forward Vil from Licks? Where is that forward Vil? Did not do a dock. We're going to do a barracks out here. Ooh, out here? What? He's not doing a barracks at home. He's not doing a barracks forward. He's doing a barracks in the middle of nowhere. What is this barracks out here? Hello, Jan Chess. Oh, Town Watch on the way for Licks. And he's going to do that tower on the gold. And he's going to have a spear. Oh, he's going to try to wall in the Vils. Not quite getting there. He does get a Vil kill with the tower. Daniel doing his own tower. That's not in range of the TC, is it? Nope, slight gap. He's fine. He'll take stone. Who won that? Sora Kuma won that matchup, and XuanLv will be facing the winner of these two. Yeah, we're just not smart enough to understand the pure genius of Licks. I guess the spear helped a bit. No, maybe not even Licks understands his genius. Vil walking back. More Vils come forward for Daniel. More Vils come forward for Daniel. Okay, he wants a tower here. Maybe he's saying, okay, Lix doesn't have stone, I have the stone, I can tower rush? And this will be a big Vil fight again. Lix sending more Vils, 10 versus 8, but the tower's up for Daniel. Daniel trying to save some low HP Vils. Much trickier fight if the tower goes up, and looks like it will. The tower then taking Lix off of wood. Lix did wall back here. That's going to keep the Vils from being able to hoover right around to the back for more towers. Lix works in Lix works in mysterious ways. Lix just does Lix things. Including walls like this. Just gonna wall it up. And then tower from Daniel, that doesn't... it hits the wood line maybe? Maybe lets me get through that wall. I'd love to get back and hit that gold. So, one fire galley forward for Lix as Daniel tries to defend. Fishing ships will block it in and trap it by the dock. There it goes. Don't know if that was intentional or if that was just pathing, but that's how pathing works. Change the logo. If you go to my website and you hover over the logo, it spins around. The arrow spins around the outside. So Daniel with a forward fire galley, harassing the fish of Lix. Okay. Doing some damage here. Lix doesn't have a forward dock. Maybe still with a Vil thinks about it. And what is that Vil doing? I'm Daniel. Hello there. And that's a dead Vil. Yeah, fire galley fight in the north. Looks like Daniel with the number is going to try to save one of his. Team game. Nomad's the map I think Lix would do well. Maybe Bengali's are just a better Nomad civ too. Even though they don't see where the TC is at the start. So Daniel trying to wall in Lix. Daniel with some palisades in the back. He's almost fully walled in Lix. Daniel just needs a tiny bit of walling over here. And Lix will only have one gold spot. He's amazing to watch in team games. Market in the southeast there for Lix. Overcommit on towers, they don't deny much. Well, he did deny a lot of wood. But I guess Lix just always had room to move somewhere else every time a tower went up. Res collected still pretty close. That spear on the house, I just keep looking at it. I feel like Lix is maybe closer to going castle than Daniel is. Good castle advantage. Maybe he will. And heresy out of Lix. Everyone's scared of Lix in team games. You never know what he's gonna do. Daniel chasing fishing ships around the outside. While preparing the fire, fires will go defend their dock. And Lix is up. As fires will go down, where is he taking stone? Down by that first range. Daniel with the outpost, we'll actually see that. Does again have town watch? Yep, he does. So Tower's hitting the TC, and Lix is up. Daniel's still not close to being up. The Spear's going to destroy the house eventually. It has 5 damage per poke. That's quite a bit of damage. The house is going to go down. 1 Spear, you poke a house enough. And it'll catch fire. Stone will catch fire. And it'll collapse. Ah. I gotta love spears like that. Spear OP. Yeah, towers are a lot about map control too. But map control isn't as useful if the timing isn't there. Daniel's trying to wall him in again. He's trying to wall in Lix. I feel like Lix has escaped the wall so much though. This isn't gonna help all that much. I guess it will in turn keep Daniel safe from some raids, as he will be basically fully stone walled. Yep, fully stone walled. Don't know if you can pass over any of this beach terrain. So he looks up to castle, and he's immediately doing a second TC all the way to the south. So second TC looking to outboom. Looking to outboom Daniel. And Vill's running into the TC there. Daniel pretty heavily on stone. So as the Bengalis, he probably wants to go Rathas. So he could just be castle dropping Lix's TC maybe. On the outside, Daniel also up to castle, but a bit later. And almost at the stone for a castle. And also hello Nikolai on YouTube, how you doing? He ignores first TC and boom behind. He can do that too, More TCs in the back. And even if Daniel castle drops, Lix should have enough of an eco that he can just fall behind and avoid it. Also with fire ships on the water, nice timing advantage to start disrupting the fishing economy of Daniel. There's Daniel's castle, forward. Can it hit the TC? Probably can if Fletching comes in. Man, Lix has a lot of map control, a lot of archers just in different places, buildings in different places. Archer will break in like the spear on the house earlier. Wall of death. So 3 GCs for Lix. Still only 1 for Daniel. And castle will now hit the TC along with the towers. Towers did a bit of damage to it on the way up. Now for workshop for Lix, don't know if he can do it much from it. And Ratha. What would we expect from the Bengalis other than Rathas? And this will be disruptive to the woodline. Oh gosh, all those vills running. Okay, that's running to the TC. You can find a gold mine maybe. And TC keeps the Rathas away. In the South Fire ship fight, no demo? Demo? Okay, decent demo. Gets 3 ships in the radius, but doesn't destroy 3 of them. That dock will go down. And this dock with a couple of demos in it. I'll see what happens to the demo. Just auto-tasked there. And this TC will go down. Daniel actually with a nice villager lead, in no small part because of those fishing ships. Man, this pizza is crazy. From Nomad. Well, Lix makes you think that sometimes. He does have the score lead somehow in this game. And he does have all the map control. Daniel with his walls has kind of restricted himself to one corner. Lix far more spread. And we'll be adding back another TC for his 4th one. Here on the woodline, there's gill nets from Daniel. Stock 2 will go down. And it goes. Oh, market for Licks could go down. And Daniel with a great score lead. I think that is from winning water. Licks is going to go now TC's number 4 and 5. Or 3 and 4 of his current TCs. So he's going to go 4 TC boom. So score might be maybe a bit inflated for Daniel because of water. But he is more Rathas in the castle ready to raid whenever he fancies. It's back over here and he could probably cause some problems. There's no way to reach Daniel's defense. I guess I agree with that. Right, he has a lot of towers and houses. Doesn't have much siege. Sanctity on the way. He does have 3 relics. That's nice. He should be scouting for that one over there. Yep, he'll grab 4. And Daniel almost at Imp resources. Is Daniel about to beat Licks on Nomad if he goes Imp? I mean, Bengalis aren't like a quick Imp rush save outside from the Rathas. Takes a long time to get the Ellies going. But there it is. There's the Imp. How does it do? Trebs. The same thing it always does. Trebs. Also potentially more water options. Ville goes down. Defensive castle. And monks want conversions on the Rathas. Mangonel trying to hit the Scarab, not quite there. Imp on the way. Like still far from Imp. Barracks being added for Daniel. Might need to add more units. But Skirms could be the play at this point. There, go to trim the castle. So that's a 4th relic now for Licks, but he's putting them really close to Daniel. That might be 4 relics he gifts to Daniel. Final relic all the way at the south. Has Licks seen that? Yes, he has. Is there no way to apply to a specific message on YouTube? You might be able to click it and do something. You can at the person too. I'm not sure though. I don't use YouTube chats myself all that much. Incoming relic victory timer. Is this tournament actually played on standard victory? I've seen enough relics. I've actually questioned that. Enough relic timers. I always forget. It's a tricky thing to remember. There are lots of settings. So, Elephant Rams forward here for Daniel, continuing to pressure Licks. Licks falling behind his score. He clicks up to Imp himself, but at a huge timing disadvantage. Because he has more Vills, he's going to have to hold for a while. He's going to have to hold against Trebs for quite a while, as the Trebs are going to start popping out. Another castle on the side. He's not giving up just yet, still has hope for this game. An Elephant Ram could be on the way in. And what does this castle do? Protects his western base, which has stone and gold. It's not an aggressive castle, but a defensive one. So, archery range there for Licks. And Elephant Ram on the castle. Do Vietnamese get Halb? Yes, they do. They also get Fire Lancers, so different options. Halb and Fire Lancer. There's no H in Licks for hope. Does he need to put an H in his name? I'll book him the relics. Here come the relics, trying to bring him to safety, but the monastery is not finished. There it goes. He'll put him inside when he notices. For Beautiful relics. I'll go inside the monastery. Do all the Fire Lancer civs get bonuses for them? I think so. Do the Chinese have a specific bonus for them, or do they just get them? Those might be the generic ones. Plus 20 HP there, but that goes down. Is that plus 20 HP for the Fire Lancers? Yeah. So light cav raids, light cav going for the monks, trebs for Daniel from the imp timing. And someone asked, what does imp do for Daniel? It's trebs. It's trebs. And now light cav raiding the skirms, raiding the mangonels. And this is looking pretty darn good for Daniel still. Licks his imp, but what hope does he have against such an aggressive push? You have a 3D grid of maps. Do I have the HD graphics pack? Yes. It's even better if you look in-game than in Capture Age. So Wrath is still hovering around the back. Castle gonna go up as the Trebs come forward. They'll attack the castle. I'll see how Lix stops this push now. I saw someone saying they felt Lix was not as good in 1v1s as team games and that Daniel would actually be the favorite here. Well, I would have gone in thinking Lix was the favorite, but Daniel looks like he's about to go up 2-0. I guess Chinese have the cheaper text that applies to them. I don't know if they have a specific bonus for Fire Lancers, though. Vietnamese at least have the HP. Squire's in that barracks. Barracks could go down. Squires comes in, though. That'll affect the Fire Lancers. You can use mods from the game and capture it, yes. They just need to be UHD mods. They just need to actually be turned on in-game, and you need to have separate graphics files for mods for the normal graphics and HD graphics. He's an absolute god in team games. He is, right? He's, not to say he's a bad 1v1 player, but in team games, he is a different level. He and Yo together are a different level. And he's Elite Fire Lancer, okay? I mean, that'll be good against the Light Cav, but Light Cav can just raid and go around. Daniel can bring the Trebs over and go for the other castle now. I think that's what he's going for. Just keep the castles down while he keeps raiding. I mean, Vil counts somehow still are the same. Daniel's still slightly ahead in KD. I mean, Lick's actually more res collected. The scores just look really bad, I think, maybe because Daniel has the water? Yeah, Fire Lancers keep pushing. Quick wall in time. There's a Treb, but that might be picked off. Monks at least could be. I like have raiding, and now this castle under fire. Yep, those are the Trebs. And Yo complete each other. And castle goes down, so Lick's continuing to lose castles. Not gonna have any rat and archers as an option. Losing a workshop. And, I mean, he's going to be ahead in KD as the Fire Lancers absolutely massacre the Light Cav in a straight-up fight. This unit is amazing. If he wins, it's going to be because Fire Lancers are OP. What does Daniel do against the Fire Lancers of the Bengalis? How do LE archers do against them? If he can stabilize, shouldn't Vietnamese be better than Bengalis? With Imp Skirms, maybe? But he has a lot of stabilization he needs to do. He's going to start losing bombard cannons too. Daniel closing that resource gap. Arbs? I was thinking elephant archers, but maybe Arbs. Do they have Arb? They do have Arb. I guess Arbs could be the option. No thumb ring though. And there are some skirms. We do have Imp Skirm, but Light Cav raiding there. Still no Hussar from Daniel. Maybe he's saving up gold for that. Or actually, no, Bengali's don't have Hussars. Hussars? Oh, I never realized that. I thought they did. Guess they don't. And just stockpiling some gold then. We'll lose Tribs to a cannon, but he's getting a nice raid. He's now up 117 vils to 90, up by 30 vils. And he's not going to take a straight up fight against the Fire Lancers, just going to try to use monks. And continue raiding with light cap, continue picking off more vils as Lix is not garrisoned in that TC. Stabilization for horses. So TC, ooh, at least that Vil's walled in so the light cav can't get to him. Okay, the Vil KD 52 to 11. The light cav raids. Getting everywhere. Even though they died to the Fire Lancers. Daniel now reclaiming a score lead as the Trebs continue pushing on the TCs. And wants a conversion on the Bombard Cannon with 3 monks, does Daniel. Monks want conversions on the Fire Lancers, that's how he's fighting them. Just full monk. Full Bengali monk. All their armor. And it's working. The Treb's taking out TCs. That's just going to open more raiding area. Luke's trying to rebuild TCs. He's trying to rebuild a castle. He's trying just to hold on and hope that Vietnamese can win. Well, now he's ahead in the KD again. And I think maybe you're right to ask, what does Daniel do against the Fire Lancers? It's a 50 villager lead now, 123 to 74. Including 20 fishing ships for Daniel there. More monasteries, more monks. Remember, skirms do not have an attack bonus against these guys. Do the Bengalis have to go champion? They do have champion. They almost the final armor, but is that the option against Fire Lancers? Maybe I think Arb, as someone said. LE Archers even take bonus damage from them. I don't know how well they do. Especially if the Fire Lancers close with how speedy they are. Ratha take bonus damage from them. I don't think Rathas are the answer. I mean, Lix is pushing back. He's doing arson. Can he do this? Do they get the hand cannoneers? No, they do not. No, they do not. No hand cannoneers for them. Well, castle here for Lix. Yeah, Daniel will think of champions. Let's see, Fire Lancer is scary. TC here will almost be denied? Yes, it will be denied. I mean, light cav raids have killed a ton of Vils, but then so have the Fire Lancers. Remember that was like 50 to 10? Now it's 59 to 42. Oh gosh, is Lix stabilizing? Is Lix gonna do this because he is Vietnamese? Are Vietnamese just this good in the late game? With Fire Lancers now? Does Daniel just not have a way of dealing with Fire Lancers? Conversion comes in on the cannon. More castles going up for Lix. Nomad probably has a ton of neutral stone on it now. I noticed that in team game arenas. More neutral resources than in the past. Hey, Lix is gonna do this, isn't he? I mean, Daniel down to 100 vills. It's now... He's actually down in actual villagers, 20 fishing ships. And Lix is doing it. Lix is doing it. Oh gosh, he's doing it. Daniel, so many light cav raids that just died to Fire Lancers. Now look at that KD now, 200 to 100. Remember when Daniel had a slight KD lead like 2 minutes ago? What? Everything's collapsed. The Fire Lancers are OP. Is this unit getting buffed in the patch? Didn't this unit get a buff too? What is this unit? This is absolutely broken. They have no counter. Like, even champions, right? They have a ranged attack against them. Their only counter is the fishing ship that's out to sea. But they just need their attacks to charge before that. And Maggie Wirtz, thank you for the raid. I'm scared if that raid includes Fire Lancers. Daniel still has the score lead, but now he had a 50 villager lead that is just absolutely collapsed by the Fire Lancers. The KD, he was ahead by 50, Eco KD. Oh, Fire Lancers, amazing unit. Now he's trying to go Arb, maybe a bit late for that. Maybe a bit late. I mean, res collected, he still is ahead by 3k. Man, that is an awful KD. And now he's going to go Arb against Imp Skirm. More monks coming forward. Skirms are a waste. Maybe they are. Fire Lancers are here. Skirm Lancer Treb is unkillable with Bengalis. His champions would be the only option, then. The Lancers are in the eco. What just happened here? I mean, maybe Arb, but like Arb is still tricky against Imp Skirm, right? So that's probably why Daniel is trying to avoid the Arbs, because of the Imp Skirm. Or because of the Imp Skirm presence. Thumbring on the way. And Castle from Lakes trying to build on the right. They're the Vills. They're the Vills. I'll be on top of an archery range foundation. These graphics are a bit confusing from our point of view. Players, of course, only see their own foundation. Okay, that'll be cancelled. Treb's taking out the castle there in the middle of Daniel's base, taking out some towers. That'll make it easier for the Fire Lancers to keep raiding. All these towers were here from Feudal. Everything changed when the Fire Lancers attacked. And Lix also has 4 relics. He has 4 relics. Also access to that one in the south still. Heavily mining the stone. And Lix on Nomad. I did say I predicted Lix to win the Nomad game, and here we are. Things looked really good for Daniel for a while. As Nubentron writes on YouTube, everything changed when the Fire Lancers attacked. Yes. Yeah, I mean, considering the Civ matchup, I don't even think it's that huge of a throw. I mean, it's just he ran into an OP Fire Lancer unit. Let Kev go down. And there's the castle from Lix. He's close to taking the score lead. 300 to 200 KD. Better eco KD now. Almost closed res collected. And Treb's still pushing, taking out some of the stables. This castle will go up. Now the score is starting to flip back and forth as Lix takes the lead. And he's gonna do it. The Madman's gonna do it. Oh, crazy comeback from Lix. Fire Lancers, they've done it. Now the Arbs are here. But Arbs against Imp Skirms. And another castle drop from Lix. And he is stoned for just about 2 more castles. Trebs from Daniel, but I think this castle goes up. Can the Arbs stop it? Can the Light Cap stop it? I mean, lots of vills will go down. Maybe a Doubt Castle, but Fire Lancers with range can kind of fight Arbs slightly. There's the GG from Daniel. Lix does it. He wins Nomad. I don't know if words to describe that other than Fire Lancer. And yeah, you can see the imp push from Daniel where he takes a huge lead. And then you can see when the Fire Lancers start attacking. Lix makes the transition. You had more res at the end. And even the 3-minute imp advantage isn't enough for Daniel. Champions without final armor also will be eaten by imp skirms. That's true, that's true. That might not be an option either. Now, all the counters to Fire Lancers are eaten by imp skirm. And Growing Monks was a mistake. Maybe that too. I mean, maybe he just wasn't anticipating how much eco Lix still had for the Fire Lancers. Ah, well, Lix wins Nomad. Our best of 7 has now become a best of 5. Just needed to stabilize, I guess so. Too cheap to be worth being converted. That's probably pretty true. Alright, looks like Arabia will be the next map. Alright, so once more, I'm just gonna do a quick ad on Twitch to try to keep the pre-rolls off. And the next map will be Arabia. At least probably would have been the best option. I mean, Fire Lancers have an attack bonus there, too. Also, has anyone who's watched the stream noticed anything going wrong with Capture Age? Because I tried something. I was experimenting more because I was having those VRAM issues. And let's see. Oh, the auto launch didn't work on the dashboard. Yeah, also, Lix did that without fishing, too. Good point. So, I had noticed, well, I'll show you what I did. Since I was having those VRAM issues, in the past, when I had tried... Daniel's gonna... I'll see what Daniel's scout does first, if he's gonna try to lame. So, Georgians for Daniel, Maya for Lix. He's gonna stand by the stone. Yeah, so it's plus 10 total. Not the same as Halbs, but then they have a ranged attack, so they can deal with the Ellie archers fairly well. So Daniel just going to go forward and then turn around and go back by the looks of it. Lineville starts, lots of scouting, and he has the barracks, so he's going to drush. Do a pre-mill drush as the Georgians, and he can do a mule cart on the chickens, then later move the mule cart somewhere else as he mines gold for the drush. Right, so I went into my settings, and in the past, when I took this VRAM setting, and I cut it in half to like 8,000, I had trees that disappeared. Like, the Vills would be chopping these trees, but the felled trees would not appear. But then I experimented just for the heck of it, and I put it all the way down to 1,536. So out of my 16 gigabytes of VRAM, Capture Age is using this. Which is not true, because there's other VRAM from Capture Age that is still used. But I'm going to try that so we don't have any crashes. So let me know if you notice anything, like the disappearing trees or anything that looks wrong. So just no one's mentioned anything, and someone even said how good the graphics looked. So I have no idea what Capture Age is doing with all that VRAM. If I open up my control panel and check my performance, I'm still right now using 11.7 out of 16 gigabytes of VRAM, but that's better than the 13 to 14 when I had that slider up. So it's still eating VRAM somewhere else, but maybe this will help the crashes. Too humble, it rejected the extra VRAM. Would be more than enough for these sprites. I don't know what it's doing. They're not even as high resolution as the in-game sprites either. So anyway, the militia come forward. We'll have Loom on the way. They're gonna turn to the side and see if they can maybe hit something on this mining camp. Those villas are walled in. Bit of idle time there. Getting kind of close to the TC. We'll have to run around the outside. The mining camp from atop the hill. And Daniel drushing. Drushing and walling. He's not clicking up yet. He has Loom. Loom and a late click up. And a big wall. Is Daniel going to go Drush FC Manaspa? The Eagle Warrior's in the back. Has to be wary of the Eagle. But Lix is going to be futile before Daniel even clicks up. And lame the chickens? Or even are the chickens for Lix? I'm going to zoom out and hope it doesn't crash. Does he have any chickens left? Has he taken all of them? Are they all lamed? I guess they are all lamed. You might have seen that better than I did if I was looking at capture age. He's killed them? Okay, he's killed them. So the Drush has lamed the chickens. Alright, nice attack there. Good job to lame them.
Shot it.
More walls going up over here. Drush plays filler. Drush FC feels very risky. But if Lix is going for standard just archer opening, he's not going to be able to pressure this unless he comes forward with a tower. So Lix not doing something crazy might come back and backfire. So double vills here. Eagle will escape, but the wall will go up. So Daniel clicking up now. He'll be futile around 10 minutes. That would usually be like a 12-minute. So this is Drush FC timing for him. And as he finishes with the chickens, he can move the Metal Cart over and start doing stone if he wants to do a castle for Manaspas. Did he also just boom? Oh no, he's going to gold. He's just going to go to gold. Okay, so we'll use the Mule Cart, the chicken villas for gold, as that bow tie shaped gold. Such a waller indeed. And the Drush still harassing Lix, keeping the archer at home. This is some old school Drush FC build. And hello, Eunice Altar, how you doing? Those Pikachus must... Especially with how big this wall is. It's not like Daniel even had a natural wall. I guess all three of his forests are forward. We'll wall another forest in the back. Huge hill in the back, nothing on that. Feudal Petard's one, that is... crazy idea. So the scout goes down, not going to block the Vil fully, but still distracting the archers. Drush going to keep on hoovering around. Since the militia now are the militia faster, or is that just men-at-arms? They still have 0. They are at 0.9 speed. Well, any type of speed boost means the archers take longer to clean them up. I want to deal with my late game. So stable there for Daniel now that he's up. And still looks like an FC build, so FC Knights, maybe? Had Lix win with Fire Lancers. I always love the Drush FC, wish that it was viable enough that we'd see it some games. Yeah, well, with all the nerfs to walls, Palisades being more expensive and taking longer to build and being weaker, I think it's much riskier than it was in the past. I mean, the fast castle is still good, right? So many new unique units have been added. That FC unique unit still is strong. But we've nerfed walls have been nerfed so much that people discovered you can just do a phosphoro build and you don't need walls. Daniel's pushing like a madman. Fire Lancer's OP. He also didn't have a counter to them, but then I also asked, what is the counter to them? Is chasing them a misplay? Maybe he could go forward. I mean, it's so annoying to have militia in your base, but maybe a play could have been wall everything, send 4 vills forward for a tower along with the archers. Try to break in. He's still kind of close to breaking in, but Daniel has vills there who could wall behind that. Drush FC is back, if only. And hello, Luther. Or one archer to deal with the militia, that too. Still an archer that's not forward, but... Now it's Lix's turn to wall, but if Daniel's in the Castle Age, he will probably be able to push through walls much better than this Feudal Age army can. See if Daniel ever goes to re-wall there. Maybe he will. Makes it important to scout and see what they're doing. Yep. If everyone always goes for feudal play, in some ways that makes it less important to scout. And the thing about the Phosphoro builds is that you're not like doing a barracks or any other different buildings. So it's kind of a tricky thing to scout because you're still up at it like at 23 pop timing. Which I guess is slower than feudal. But I think it's hard to scout that too. I do miss that. I feel like there was a lot more variance in just Arabia Huns with the strategies you'd see game to game than you'd see in Map Pack Pick Civ. There's Daniel up to castle. He'll be doing 2 knights and armor on them. With 2 knights, he can clean the archers probably. And he's gonna do a TC, so knights plus TC booming. He's just gonna try to use the Georgian economy. Lix is up. Is Daniel still #1 American player? Oh, he is definitely the #1 American player as a current take. Maybe one day Spring will make a return. But Daniel #1 indeed. Okay, archers on the hill. Doing some damage to the knight. Remember, the knights heal, the Georgian cav heals, so you really want to pull the weak ones back. Yeah, I am rendering it in 4K, which I'm guessing is that Capture Age is struggling with it a bit more. But even other people not rendering it in 4K have gotten VRAM crashes, and I've gotten a lot of DMs from people who also have similar issues. And it's the more zoomed out you are in Capture Age that seems to have issues too. But I still feel like it's a bug on their side. If I can swap the slider from 14K to 1K and have no visible issues, what is the VRAM being used for? So archers go down to the knights. We have another Castle Age almost there for Lix, who has stonewalled himself against the knights. Let's go. Stone walls versus the FC. Spring is around 1700. I think Spring will probably, if he plays, will be at a higher than 1700 level. I don't think he can drop that much if he's somewhat consistent, but yeah, he definitely has some work to do. You're just trying to load a game and Capture Age itself? Oh, wait, there's a hole in an open gate. What the heck just happened there? Alright, well, those knights... or those scouts get in. At least it's just scouts and not knights. Reminding Bitcoin for the devs. Imagine that. That's how they fund Capture Age. While you're spectating games, is actually mining cryptocurrency. There's the whole. You don't think my late game is good versus Georgians? Well, I think it's good if Daniel gets up and then. Or it's good for Daniel if he gets up and gets an eco lead. Right? Because he should get an eco lead and get fortified churches on his farms. So he doesn't need to go for late game. He just needs to go for a late castle, early imp push and try to overwhelm the Maya with his economy. Falling on hills is hard, yes. I think we all know that. So Monk comes forward. Yeah, like, look at that. His eco's flying. He's up by 12 hills. And the res collected are just going to start zooming ahead as he has fortified churches everywhere. So wheelbarrow on the way. Lick's starting to collect relics. He'll be doing a castle. Plumed archers, are they good against the Georgians? Plume's usually not what you want to use against Cav. You kind of prefer usual Arbs against them because of the extra attack they'll have. Plume is much better against archers and infantry. So I don't know if that's a unit you want against the Georgians. Perhaps not. You don't think they have a good answer to Halb Plume? They're missing the last armor on Skirms. Maybe Arb Plume, then, would be even smoother for the Maya. Remember, because Arbs will have one more attack than Elite Plume. The advantage of the Plumes are their HP and their bonus against infantry, and their speed. But if you're fighting Skirms and want to go through the Pierce Armor, then maybe Arbs is still the better choice. Hello, Gabby. So this is a low HP scout for Daniel. He's adding in a 4th TC. I mean, maybe Daniel's feeling the late game matchup is good for the Georgians. And put the relic in the church. Get a farm, spaced away from the mill. This is where we tell whether or not T90 is watching the stream. We'll talk about how this farm is one tile off, and see if that makes him appear in the chat. I'll have handcart on the way for Daniel. And healing on the knights. Thought most archer unique unit trade-off versus Arbs, they had less range but more armor attack speed. The trade-off for Plumes, they have less attack, but more HP, and then more speed. So they're actually really good against most archers. And here in the Castle Age, they're still good against the knights because they can run away with all the speed they have. Yes, this is a big boom now for Daniel, but he's up by about almost 20 vils. And gold mining, stone mining on the way. Does this Arabia have bigger hills? A bit of a typo there. But yes, it does. It's more like Arabia hills. And okay, Licks maybe for a forward castle. Mangonels will try to fend the Vils off. This is where Plumes are nice versus Mangonel, so they can tank the shots a bit better. And also mobile enough to dodge. Pick off monks. Ooh, they get 2 monks before they hop in the TC. That's a good Mangonel shot, though. Good Mangonel shot on the Plumes. Alright, Mangonel takes out the other Mangonel, though. Knight goes down. Mangonels come forward, and the castle goes up. The new Maya architecture on the castle as it goes up. A workshop forward for Licks.
Shot it. Tabish, shot it. Shot it.
Mangonels shooting the Plumes. Monk wants a conversion. And there he gets a conversion. Castle will go up. And Imp on the way for Daniel. So he is downhill, but he will still get the Trebs out first. And Georgians remind me, they don't have... Nope, no bombard cannons. So this is feeling pretty rough for Lick. So Daniel, there's just the pure drush into boom, basically. Bought himself time to get Imp. Has opened up a 20 Vil lead. And now a few Plumes for Licks. He's going for a ram push. And Daniel's well walled behind this even. I don't see what damage Licks can do here. There's Imperial Age. 5k more res collected and imp, yes. Oh, that, and remember, it's not just, what's this now, 20 plus vills, but also the fortified churches everywhere. He has 3 relics. So all of this eco is working 10% faster. So there's imp, and then the trebs will start popping out of that castle. There they go. And then another castle on the hill up here, securing that gold. Things looking very good for Daniel, as plate parting armor is coming on the way. And Cavalier on the way for Daniel.
Tabish. Ashike.
Knights will attack the plumes as the ram pushes in. Walls will be deleted. Vills are there, mangonels are there. This castle shouldn't go up. And this shouldn't go up. The knight's trying to kill the plumes. Mangonels trade and take out the other mangonel. And Lix has to run away from this. Cavalier on the way from Daniel. And I think things are looking pretty darn good for Daniel now.
Shot it.
As even this castle under Treb fire, imp on the way. Lix feels fairly dead here. Those new graphics on the plumes, not enough. And everything Daniel's done has worked. Svan Tower is on the way even. Svan Tower, does it even have a tower anywhere? Not that I see. Oh, his Svan Tower is just to make sure the castle stays denied. Oh, that is silly. But also amazing. So Lix holding on, not quite at 5k score, so we're not at the ACCM levels. But he's still holding on. As the Jaguar will go down, fighting that villager, but outpost here for Daniel. He sees Lix doing a castle, Lix trying to grab his second relic. Pikeman on the way, but no Fire Lancers for the Maya. More stables there for Daniel. And the Treb will go for the TC. And that's not the Imp TC at least. Imp TC is in the back. And that outpost will be taken out by the castle, but Cavalier's still running around. The tower going up. Treb taking out the walls. Mesosivs deserve more love. Maybe they do these days. Maybe we just need to spam some hearts at the Maya. Give them some buffs these days. So 60 to 19 KD. And 10k more res collected there for Daniel. Oh, look at that. Look at that 1433 castle time. Are they facing for the third position? This is the lower bracket. It's double elimination. So the winner will move on to the lower bracket finals to face XuanLv, who lost earlier today, and then the winner of the lower bracket finals then faces Sora Kuma for the grand finals. So there we are, 2-1 for Daniel, who, if not for Fire Lancers, might be up 3-1, or 3-0. So where are we? That's a win for the Georgians and a loss for the Maya. Very highly picked Maya. The Georgians snuck in at the end of the draft for Daniel, and he had a nice plan for them. So it looks like Regicide on Coastal. That must mean Regicide Fortress for the next map. Yep, Regicide Fortress will be the next map. Hopefully they get it sorted out correctly in the lobby. Regicide on Team Islands. Okay, they've almost selected the map. And there they go on Fortress. Where do I live? I'm in East Coast, US. I'm by New York City. Oh, thank you, Rob Balance Tindori Knight. Thank you very much for using your sub. Your Prime sub on the stream. I appreciate the support. I'll help us keep the stream going. Alright, here we are. Where's the best to use the Chinese mirror match? Fortress seems to be the place. The Chinese start with those 3 extra vills. And they also have Fire Lancers now. So Fire Lancers, they move faster. Okay. On Full Metal Zim, thank you for gifting a sub to Janchess. So, Fortress, make sure not to run your king into the castle. We'll have 2 kings scouting about. 2 Chinese players playing a Chinese mirror. I'll have these lovely new Chinese castle graphics. And mining camp going up on the gold to the right. As the kings keep running around. And ooh, Borlor. Borlor from the south, as Lix will bring that boar in. Scout has to come back to the TC. On the wooden tops. Are these wood? This isn't like the entire thing's built out of wood though. It's like a tiny bit of the top. The castle itself is stone. It's not like that Malay castle. This is a decent castle. It's not an F tier Malay Inca castle. This still works. Malay castles F tier. Malay and Inca castles, they're F tier for me. So Fortress. Gold all the way down here. Neutral golds, I think. Slight advantage for Daniel. Actually, maybe it's a bit hard to see on the desert terrain. His gold and his stone are forward for him as a player. All those are forward, so a disadvantage there. But neutral resources, the stone, the 2 stones, and then the 2 neutral golds all spawning on his side of the map, in addition to 3 of the relics. So this one kind of in the middle, so that's okay. but neutral res advantage for Daniel. The good advantage, though, for Lix is that his secondary golds both spawned in the back. So if this is an early imp push, then maybe advantage Lix due to the safe res, but late game, if it goes long, maybe advantage Daniel for all of those neutral resources being on his side. Also a fairly cliffy map, too. Oh, okay. Daniel, Lix doesn't understand what you're writing in the chat. Okay. So where do we go? Go to the game. And look at the chat. And capture it? Show me the chat. Oh, wait. There you go. In-game. Show me the chat. So Daniel says, sorry, need call. Lix says yes. Does Lix understand what Daniel just wrote? I mean, Daniel probably could have just written to Lix in Chinese. But, well, if Daniel has to take a call, apparently. Has to take a call. And Chinese castle would be brick/earth rather than just stone because of floods and earthquakes. Probably just understands the common courtesy of the pause. I've talked to Lix once years ago when I was trying to get games organized on HD when he and Tim were a team. And the one sentence he typed to me was, I know English. No being N-O. Would love a K and a W around that word. That's a fantastic sentence. It's an important sentence for him. Tim, meanwhile, tried to take my messages and paste them into some translate program, and I could see his chat trying to help him understand what I was saying. Lots of admin work in getting the settings correct. No, a K at the start, Gratty. K-N-O-W. As in he knows English. Or I know English. That would be a wonderful sentence, because then he could speak English. But alas. See, Daniel just waiting on his call. So can we zoom out without crashing capture age? That's the question. Can I zoom out now that I've changed the VRAM settings? Maybe I can. Let me check my task manager. I'm using 14 gigabytes of GRAM right now, or 13.6. Which is still a lot, but hopefully not crashing lots. He might not have the Chinese keyboard bound on his Windows. That is a good point. That is a good point. Playing mind games with a call. I mean, so far this set, Daniel hasn't needed mind games. He's up 2-1, and the one loss was a very competitive Nomad game. I mean, in terms of elo, he is ahead, 2731 to 2584. And a 1 second idle TC. Ooh, 1 second idle TC with the Chinese on Regicide Fortress. The horror. Does that just mean admin win for Lix if he doesn't come back for the phone call then? Because of the TC idle time difference? Is that how we do tiebreakers now? Hello, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. Hope you're having a wonderful and fluffy day. Daniel got back up to 2K7. Yes, he did. And hello, guys and young. Having a day of recovery from your charity stream.
Yes.
Alright, sorry, need call. Yes, yes, sorry, here, yes, 14. Alright. Maybe that should be a taunt. Yeah, oh, that's what they could add some taunts to explain pause reasons internationally. They could have phone from Margugu, they could have door. They could have one for tech tree. They could have a smoke break. Next DLC. That's what they can include. Food, yes, food. Hello, mouse puddles. And we're onto something here. We're onto something here. Fix pathing. Yep, a pathing taunt. Taunt for fell asleep and locked my door. A toilet, that's another one. Kid woke up. So both up to feudal. Daniel 1 second later due to the idle time, but same build, 22 vils up. And market blacksmith from Daniel. Market and blacksmith there for Lix. So no one going for scouts to fight for relics. Just going to be Chuko News if anything. Scout healed up in the castle. And some long-distance stone mining commencing from Lix. Regicide means you start with 150 stone, so you have to mine that to 50 stone for your third TC. Disable pausing? Nah, pausing's a good thing. One tile hole there for Daniel. It's always nice when people are respectful about it, right? If people are always respectful, then it's a good feature. So, Castle Age for both of them. Ooh, 2 seconds idle TC time though for Lix. Ooh, Feudal Age idle time. Now he's a second behind Daniel. So slightly different Vil distribution on their way up still. A bit more on wood for Daniel, a bit more on food for Lix. 5 on the berries there. Only 3 on the berries for Daniel. Okay, so difference in berry Vils. Daniel with, I think, an unused farm there. 2, oh no, just 1 unused farm. I'm still hunting games unless he uses all 10 of the pauses. Well, that's just being a bit obnoxious. Looks like IRL bonus because he's playing the Chinese. Well, if he does, Daniel does too, because Daniel's also Chinese. Living in America, but I feel like maybe your ethnicity has more impact on getting your Civ bonus from IRL than your nationality. Considering these are supposedly middle-age civs. That's my choice of web browser. I've been swapping from Chrome to Firefox recently. Mostly for ease of using uBlock and blocking and having a working ad block experience. Daniel didn't collect the 50 stone. Why? He may have forgotten. Or, with 5 on gold, he might just buy it at the market. Or he might just be prioritizing the relics and wanting to save wood for Chuko News and a monastery, so he doesn't need it yet, and then he'll just buy it when he needs it. Oh, this is why. What is Daniel doing? Daniel up to something fancy here. Lix can see the villager. Doesn't see what the villager built, but it will be rocket carts now from Daniel. Rocket carts from Daniel. Okay, so I think he needs to amass like 2 or 3 of them before going, maybe. I feel like the surprise factor is important here. So he's going to be falling down in vills. The Chuko news are coming forward. Oh, Lix sees it. Okay, never mind the surprise factor. Just go now. Just go. Chuko news coming forward. And this map is so huge, it's going to take a long time for those Chuko news to walk forward. Fortress map change was a mistake. I agree. It is so huge. It's also so empty, yes. So Loom on the way for Lix. Oh, Daniel, don't kill your own scout. No, Daniel, don't do it. Don't kill you on a rocket cart either. So rocket cart mirror. Rockets from Lix. And Daniel falling behind in vills while this is happening. And loses the rocket cart there. Chuko news should do a lot of damage to rocket carts, but again, the short range makes it difficult. And he will get through, but I think he needs... I think maybe he actually wanted to take out the gate rather than the walls first. Maybe even open with a ram. Yeah, well, the problem with the ram is that the rocket cart defends against the ram. But usually if you're playing arena, that's what you do. You open first with a ram and then follow up with mangonels. So you have one ram going through the walls, and especially with your Chuko news there to stop rewalling. Then the mangonel rocket cart line comes after that. Rocket cart goes down, Chuko news go in. Oh, they're grouped up. Daniel, no! Well, that strategy didn't work. There's the GG, and our best of 7 has turned to a best of 3. I'm not sure about this strategy. Not the best way to take a mirrored match. 6-1 KD for Lix. Daniel was scouted, then lost everything. Lix had the boom, and I think honestly it's pretty fair to call it there. Early GG. 20 vil difference. Daniel just lost everything. I can understand thinking it's an early GG. But I think it's also fair to call it there. He just did a strategy that did not work out. He's not going to die. He could play for another 30 minutes. Or he could just die there. You need to target with a rocket cart, or can you can attack ground with it. Oh, wrong scene. Oh, actually, look at the stats. Do you want to see stats? 16:30 game time. 6-1 KD. Did I look at this? I looked at this already. I forgot. Well, that was a quick game. The longest part was the phone call, and that ties it up. After a brilliant game of Arabia, Daniel losing a quick game of Regicide Fortress due to a completely failed strat in a Chinese mirror matchup. Let's see, they get right into the next game, which will be on Land Madness. You need to pick up a package. Can you let the players know they have to pause? Lix probably won't understand if I try to message him about that. Here we have Lix as the red Byzantines to the southwest. He'll be facing off against Daniel as the blue way to the northeast. Bills will take the boar as the deer gets pushed in. And Daniel phoned it in. Oh boy. So Byzantines away. Byzantines will have Skirm Camel for this map. Daniel will have the Xianbei Raiders and the Huiguang Cavalry. So extra armor, low HP, but slightly more HP for them. Is there another civ that gets the Xianbei Raider too? Or is that just the way? Does someone else get them? Because the HP bonus could just be more HP for the unit. I remember seeing Byzantines on Land Madness. Definitely a viable civ here. They have lots of mobility due to the number of camels they can pump out to the map. And the fact that they can also just go heavy on the trash unit means if they get pushed off of gold, then it's not as worrying for them as for other civs. Only the Way have them. Okay, so the Way have them and also have a civ bonus for more HP for them. Okay, that's kind of weird. Janchess, thank you for gifting a sub to Full Metal Zim. It's because they don't have an elite upgrade, but it makes them better in Imp. Okay. Could have just been more HP in Imp then. Let's give them an Imp timing. Alright, so interested to see what Lix will open with here. Usually not going to see scouts from the Byzantines. Might see Skirm Spear. Might see an archer opening, but again, the cheap skirm is probably what the Byzantines want to go for. Maybe Daniel can just go scouts against that. Tournament games don't affect ladder elo, no. They're just like a normal lobby game. Yeah, lobbies don't affect your ladder elo. I'd love to have some type of system with ranked lobbies again, so we could play more custom maps, but alas, DE is rather restrictive in that regard. So Scout goes down. Villas continue taking from the cow. So both players up to feudal at the exact same time. So no idle TC time, 18 Vills, and Loom for both, but losing that scout, difficult for Lix. So here's Lix doing Lix things, Byzantines, Skirm Spear forward. Probably no surprise about that from Daniel, he has seen the barracks. And he's just gonna go scout his base to find other alternative gold mines that he can go towards if he needs them. So barracks defense, and now probably just a range defense from him too. Early town patrol or town watch could even be useful. So Byzantine Skirm Spear. One of the oldest strats in the book. And good thing for Daniel though, back berries. That's what you want here because your berries will not be disrupted by the early forward. So actually, a great map for Daniel to defend as far as Land Madness is concerned. With everything being, or gold being forward, but the berries in the back, probably okay if you're just going skirms into scouts to defend. There's a scout being used against the skirm, and we'll run away from the vills. Can't is a strong word, is very difficult to wall. This is not the version with rock on the side, so you can wall this. Skirms want to take out the spear. Tower is going up here, down goes the spear. And the skirms will come forward. Still focusing on the spear. What skirm number is starting to be amassed for both. Byzantines, of course, with the cheaper skirms. Tower going up on the wood line. Daniel might need to find a second wood line after this. As long as the spears go down, this will actually be rather nice for that scout to use against the skirms, unless it dies to the tower. Oh, scout dies to the tower. Oh, Daniel gonna send vills forward. Okay, so Lix lost his scout to the TC. Daniel lost his scout to the tower. Clown can wall the ocean. A true clown can. A low HP vill doesn't escape. The other vill blocks her and she can't run away. Oh, the vill's trapped in the tower. Trapped inside, but they'll get out as that wall's deleted. And this will be another vill down for Daniel. The skirm forward from the Byzantines working. Ooh, no, that vill escapes. The vill escapes. But the tower will go down, so Daniel lost one vill and his scout, but took out the tower. Still up by a vill as we have some idle time on the TC for Lix. And Lix will be housed. Lix will be housed. And the idle time will keep ticking up. One vill on the house. Might want to spam it with a few vills, just to get it up more quickly. And Daniel's gonna wall. You don't need the corner walls if you're doing full palisades. You do if you're using gates. That's a bit of wood and walling time you could have saved. So he's getting the vills forward. Skirms pop out of the back of the range. Hard to wall in ranges completely because of stuff like that. They're always producing units, but I think he will successfully get that walled in. Okay, so Daniel still maybe successfully defending from the forward. And the tower from Lix did go down. The range will be walled in. And Lix will have to come back with skirms. You're playing in a tournament, you never risk that? Yeah. So now we see the skirm on the inside. Walled in fully. That wall could use some more HP. Don't need quarter walls if all palisades? Nope. If you're using houses, then you do need the corners. But if it's all walls, then you don't. You can't ungarrison over two adjacent wall tiles. If one of them's a wall and something is anything else, then you can't. Okay, deleted range, so that skirm will just stand as a zoo exhibit there. Skirms will pick vills as the vills run away. And vills go down. Okay, so Lix losing the forward vills. 5 vill lead for Daniel. Identical 35 seconds of idle TC time. And now he's made a swap into scouts. So both players, after the forward, they swap to scouts. Scouts are there to deal with the skirms. Deal with the skirms in a situation where you don't really have the eco to go straight to the castle age. I need wheelbarrow when you forward. Well, he did forward right at the start of feudal, so no time for wheelbarrow there. That's why you gotta be Berbers too when you forward. Also the way, we'll have 2 extra vills from Double Bit Axe and Horse Collar. Yep, mill, lumber, and mining camp. I think it'll be enough? I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, it's only 4 seconds of production time, right? Maybe it's a big change, maybe it changes nothing. I haven't played with it myself. I haven't seen any high-level games on the patch, so I can't really make an opinion on it yet. Scouts for everyone going down. Daniel, tricky that there are still a couple scouts left. One's very low on HP though. Gets it and gets the skirms. More scouts too. Yeah, pathing for melee units might make it easier to fight the skirms too. Now there's another range for Lakes. He hasn't given up on the forward. He's just done another clandestine archery range, hoping Daniel doesn't see it. So neither player up to castle anytime soon, both still full feudal economies, messily dealing with each other's forward. And skirms will come around, find the stone. The scouts try to break it. And scout goes down, as does another one. Skirms go for the spear. And spear goes down. Byzantines exist today? They were defeated. There's a victors and vanquished scenario you can play. You want to try to rewrite history there. I mean, Istanbul certainly exists today, but it's as the song would tell you, it's not Constantinople. Yeah, they lost to the Turk fast imp gunpowder. Vil goes down. I have not played the Chronicles at all, so I do not know. For me, it's like I'm more interested in AoE2 campaigns, and that's more like a different type of campaign in the AoE2 engine than like AoE2 civs and whatnot. They got pretty positive reviews from people who have played them, but I personally have not. So quick walls on the woodline for Daniel, keeping those vills safe. He's up to the castle age. Lake still hasn't clicked up. Bloodline's on the way for Daniel. He's gonna go triple stable Huigrong cavalry. And Castle Age almost in. Lake's about to click. That is an exposed farm. Might be picked off by Lakes. Nope. Built slightly. Tiny bit of HP on it. No spears still coming around, fighting the scouts. Daniel pumping scouts is on his way up. He's going to fight the skirms. That is a farm very far from the mill. Scouts pick the skirms. And everything dead there for Licks. And look at that score. This is looking good for Daniel. Light cav on the way. He's just going full... Is this more scouts? He's not even bothering for the Guang cavalry. He's just going scouts. This is going to be full light cav. He has the attack upgrade. Doesn't even have armor. Another stable there for Licks. I mean, the downside would be... Of all this light cav would be if camels come out for Licks. But he would need a Fire Lancer-esque comeback here. Is the new patch live? No, it's not. It's still in pup. Hopefully they have another big update to it before it goes live, because that TC killing boar, leaving food on it change, I think should not be left. So there's another stable. So stables denied, or one stable denied. Like Cav gonna find more vills as Lix has to ungarrison, but Lix is just stuck in the TC now. Trying to chase Light Cav with spears is... Daniel's picking off more vills, we'll get the vill. Stable goes up, and this has to then be triple stable camels for Lix. Just to defend himself. Look at this farm, look at this idle economy, there's no one working. Everyone's taking a holiday. Except for the Castle Age. Okay, scouts need to get into the vills on the stone. And here come the Shenbei Raiders. Archers taking out the vill as the Shenbei Raiders come over. Vill goes down, but TC will go up. And yeah, there you go. Byzantine camels chasing the light cav away. Chasing the light cav away, but Daniel now with his second TC up by 15 vills. Lix gets the second TC of his own up. He's going to keep playing and trying to fight with those camels. How did the Shenbei Raiders do against the camels? Not really getting too much in the way of hits there.
Impero. Salve.
And you can see the stats. Where are they? Here they are. I can click 1. There we are. Stats. 7 pierce attack. I think that's the important one. And they also have a charge attack. I think the charge is they shoot multiple arrows. Yep. And the charge attack, I think they like arc a bit, and then otherwise they go kind of more straight. Might be wrong about that, but I think that's how it works.
Presto.
So Scout and Shenbei Raider coming over here, chasing the archers to the edge. Ooh, there's that multi-attack, and then the single attack. There we go. Camels coming forward. And ballistics on the way for Daniel. Are they faster than camels? 1.54 to 1.60, so same speed as the normal Cav Archer line. Makes the camels slightly faster than the Shenbei Raiders. And there's a GG from Lix, and Daniel goes up 3-2, so everyone alternating wins. That continues, Daniel in 7. But 70 to 42 KD, the forward did not work out for Lix. Well defended from Daniel, took out the tower, got castle faster, spammed a light cav, and won. That's 3-2 in favor of Daniel. And the final two maps are Shorelines and Fractal. That's the very last picked way over the Byzantines. I think the TC bore thing is actually a really important thing to keep the skill level, like, because you gotta have stages to the bore. There's a stage 0 where you don't even know what a bore is, like you're playing the campaigns and you probably never load a bore. Then there's stage 1 where you kind of learn what it is. You start doing it with loom. You bring the bore in, and you have a learning process where after you learn that, then you start getting greedier. And you do it without loom, and you start opening up more possibilities of luring the bore without loom. And then, once you get past that, then you can start shooting it with the TC. But there's never a reason to do that. If you ever shoot the bore with your TC, it's always your own fault. And I think it's that fun thing where you have it in the game, and it's like, oh, now I can do what the pros are doing with the TC shots. And it's important that the game has stuff like that. There's little things like that that help make the game fun. You start removing that, and all of a sudden, every bore lore is just, you shoot with the TC every time. And there's no risk to losing the Vil. There's no risk ever to having anything get messed up. Why is that blue and why is Fractal red? Because they took images from Warlords where there were categories. And I think this map pool has categories too. Can shoot while moving. I think shooting while moving is something we don't want in AoE 2. we had enough problems when the Mengadai had 0 frame delay. With all the pathing issues, shoot while moving sounds like it might never get killed by a melee unit. Alright, so Shorelines will be game number 6. If we have a game 7, then that will be on Fractal. In time of Twitch, some noobs switch straight from not knowing what a bore is to shooting it with the TC. Well, that is their fault. If they play, the Art of War literally teaches you shoot with the villagers. If they start shooting with the TC and mess up, and I've seen so many players learn the game, and shooting with the villagers is what you do at low level. Shooting with the TC is not something to do until you're advanced, and I think it's good that they get the feedback that, hey, this isn't something to do until I am advanced. Yeah, it's like splash damage if you have like a rocket launcher and a shooter. Harming yourself with it is part of the design. And there's part of what makes AoE 2 fun is that you can play that Black Forest city builder for 30 minutes when you're a low-level player. You're Game Ranger Black Forest No Rush 40 type of game, and that there's still gameplay to be found inside of that. And luring the boar is part of that. Yeah, right. It's such an iconic AoE 2 thing to do too. Makes the Dark Age a bit more chill. See, that's the thing. There needs to be stuff to do in the Dark Age. I see so many posts over the years that are like, oh, why isn't the game played on fast speed? Because if you're playing the Dark Age on some maps like a Black Forest, for example, and you don't have the Vil fighting at a low level, right? You need something to do. You need something to do, and bore luring is the thing you do in the Dark Age. And making it not chill is a good thing. You want to see a messy game on Fractal? Well, a messy game on Fractal is, I think, what Lix would want too. Dark Age needs more mini games. That was their AoE, like AOM and AoE 3 design philosophy, right? Where they tried to give you the different types of scouts in AOM, or the explorers in AoE 3. I don't think they ever came up with anything that was quite as good as just actually AoE 2 and laming potential, though. So there's a buffalo steal from Lix if he actually pulls it back. The chicken funnel. Chicken funnel, I'm fine if they try to remove that, but I think it is actually hilarious that they have a chicken funnel. Add dragons to fight in Dark Age near woodlines? I mean, we can do that with Komodo dragons. So Lick's up faster as the Lithuanians. Gets all that free food, so not surprising to see him up faster. Game's a bit too fast, that's why I like the change. You see, that's why I don't like the change. I think there have been so many things that have been changed to make the Dark Age easier. I think it's a bit too optimized right now. I think that actually, in many ways, makes it harder for new players to play the game, because you're punished more for not having the optimal build. With like a 22 pop uptime, you had a lot more leeway to make mistakes and recover from them. Now with 18-19 pop, mistakes are much harsher. Ooh, quick wall trap? No, Daniel not going for the quick wall to trap the scout. The Lick's up to the feudal age, he's up first. And Lick's doing Lick's things, he's going for a forward again. Has Daniel spotted this? Not quite, he's going to try to wall it out. Well, with the faster feudal, he can keep the scout. Lick's can keep Daniel's scout away by using his scout. Play arena? I wish I could play arena. DE's map pool doesn't let you play arena enough. So nice quick wall from Daniel. The villas came in, but he got 2 houses up to block them. And now he's going to try to wall by the berries. This will be a full wall and have a complete wall off by the TC. So with these walls, he will funnel Lix's villagers in towards the TC. And himself do a defensive barracks, while he will be making 2 galleys on the water. So double dock galleys from Daniel. Lix trying to take advantage of the fact Daniel is spending so much wood on the water that he might not be able to defend on land. But Daniel is Dravidians. And the one thing Dravidians don't have, it's wood problems. Yeah, the auto drop hotkey I think is nice. I think auto drop is a wonderful addition to the game. I think that's a great hotkey. I think they fixed all the bugs about it, where if you selected the final vill who didn't have any res, you didn't auto drop. But I think auto drop is a great addition. You like the psychological advantage that comes with a successful TC lure? Fire galleys taking out some of the fishing ships. Galleys forward, taking out fires on the other side. Lava watchtower going up for Daniel by the TC. Tower going up for Lix over here. Doing a lot of Fire Lancer aggro. Well, if you watch the Nomad game, that was game number 2 in the set, you'll learn about the power of Fire Lancers. They're incredibly strong. So no more fishing ships for Lix. 3 fishing ships left for Daniel. And Lix so far not able successfully to harass Daniel. Daniel's able to defend with the fire galleys. Tries to get back to Repairville. Stone walls in Ban Arena. 2 shots. I agree, Dejected. 2 shots for luring the boar was a good thing. I actually missed that.
Sorry.
So, skirms from Lix. Everyone loves skirms. And, I mean, Daniel's gold situation isn't that good. His second gold in the back that he's already had to go to as his main gold is forward is pretty exposed and out close to the edge of the walls here. Lix could mine stone and tower that, and then Daniel will have... Daniel, he won't have wood problems, but he'll have gold problems. I liked how there was a little dance you'd do with the boar to shoot it, and you could shoot it, you could run slightly, and then shoot it again. They also changed the thing where the boar no longer has a chance to auto-run back as soon as the villager leaves its line of sight or garrisons in the TC. It always stands still for a moment before it turns around. Age of Scar Empires. Age of Scar Empires. Galleons still get Bracer. Yep, both civs have Bracer and both civs have Galleon, so yes. On the other side, skirms in the back. Harassing that wood line. Daniel still will bring his own skirms over though. And he still has the 3 fishing ships alive. But now he's at the point where the fish have gotten pretty far away from the docks, and I don't think he can actually keep fishing all that effectively now. With all these fires from Lix on the water. So with 1 dock on the water, Lix has done a great job of controlling it. And they still be solid at 7+1 instead of 7+3. The important thing of Bracer there is the attack, because of the armor on the fire ships. And the Galleon wouldn't be balanced against fire ship if it lost attack. We saw that earlier today. With the war galleys versus fast fires on migration, where the war galleys do only 1 damage. You can't have a similar situation with the Galleon. Lots of skirms going down. Fires come forward, they'll deal with the fire here. Daniel has to do a defensive tower, trying to reclaim his gold. Fires go down. Oh yeah, there are oysters. There are oysters here. Fishing ships could just collect them and get gold. Does Daniel know what the oysters are? Do either of these players? I don't know. But there are oysters you can collect gold from. Yeah, if you wanted to change that around, you always have to pay attention to what the Pierce armor and ship armors are of any ships. I tried changing stats around years ago when we did the Mangrove Shallows Cup. I had a huge spreadsheet, and it was an absolute nightmare. So, tower from Lix. Well, Lix at home, he's doing a market. Well, doesn't have stone to sell. He's maybe thinking of clicking up soon if he's doing the market. More farms in the back, still mining gold pretty heavily. It feels like Daniel's still winning the water slightly, which you expect with double docks, but Lix has at least done a good bit of harassment, not let Daniel add in more than 3 fishing ships. And they're very inefficient now, fishing all the way out here in the middle of the sea, for a dock that's pretty far away. And now the skirms have broken through the palisade with that tower, and they're going to pick more vills. They're going to pick more vills. Lix here looking to force a game 7. It's another villager down. That's another villager down, and these skirms keep running around as that fire is repaired. And, oh, using the dock for cover is Lix. He'll probably take out all 3 of those fires because of that. Even that full HP one. That was nice. Let's go for the low HP one. Okay, more fires from the rear. Trees that are chopped in the ocean by fishing ships. That might be a bridge too far. Rocks mined for stone. Instead of just buying stone at the market. So, Castle Age on the way for Lix. He does click up and he will be up first. A similar res collected for everyone, but Daniel's been under so much pressure from this initial forward. His map just a really tricky setup for defending with both those golds in awkward spots. Dock going down, surrounded by fires. Vills can build bridges. Let's keep bridges to static objects, I think. I mean, that's the type of thing might be fun for a mod. But I think I trust that Ensemble made a lot of good decisions with keeping some stuff to scenarios. So stable there for Licks, Lithuanians, and where are the relics? 2 are down here. 1 is in the middle, and then 1 should be on the side for each player. Yep, 1 all the way up there. So it is 4 relics, I mean 5 relics now, in areas where Licks can grab them. Stable in the middle, and Daniel will see that villager with these archers coming forward. And shoot the Vill down. Down she goes. Spending ages trying to build them as a kid and you couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I'm sure lots of people have done that. So, Bodkin, wheelbarrow on the way. And Bodkin at the forward blacksmith. Forward blacksmith there. Lovely to have a forward blacksmith. Stone mining here, nicely overlapping those stable graphics that overflow the side. These ships make offshore mining. You say chopping is extreme. Offshore oyster collecting. Not mining. So castle for Daniel. How's the score lead? He's up. And actually has a nice villager lead too behind all this, but part of that will... Well, I guess he'll fall behind by a couple of vills as he's up. Oh, and part of that's also those archers. They also got into Lix's base. They didn't just stop the forward stable. They got into the base. They're picking off vills on the farms. Daniel not wanting to play Game 7, wanting to end it here. Vill going back a bit too early for Lix. Has to run her around a bit more just to keep her safe. Bosa on the way for Lix. As those archers going to come up, find that TC maybe. Skirms try to take them out. That's the point of having Pierce Armor. So that different units have different interactions with it. You start changing one thing, and all of a sudden you have a huge cascade of other things that change. Trust me, it is not easy. Maybe more walls need to be up here. A knight in for Lix, that's going to be annoying. That'll be very annoying indeed. Also a couple of fire ships, and with the fire ships, Lix is going to try to take the water. Did have a dock up here. Have a workshop somewhat forward for Daniel. I'm sure he wants to secure his gold. Lix on 2 TCs will probably start being able to catch up in vills, if not pull ahead. Fire goes down, and a monk comes over. 96 stone. Must feel rough. Won't be able to... Well, at least the ships will deny the monk from getting the relic. But yeah, with 96 stone, won't be able to do another TC. And his stone, of course, is forward there. His other stone covered by a tower. Daniel needs to somehow mine a tiny bit more stone if he wants a TC. Lix, though, with the 3rd TC in the middle, will be taking the berries and the gazelles and the map control there. Still has knights being pumped from that stable. No relics yet. I'm sure he'd love to grab that. And also his food economy way more stable. And what is this, a 4th TC from Lix? Alright, he's just like, you know what, Daniel, you can't boom, you can't counterattack. I'm just going to add TCs. If we get to a messy Game 7 on Fractal, I like messy games. Not converting, he just wants the relic. You have to be careful with war galleys that they pick off your monk, potentially. You go with the Lithuanian unique unit. Oh, Skirms, though, finding the one villager in the middle. That is a 1 Vill TC, that's not going to work. Skirms maybe even could pick off the monk. Monk wants a conversion, knights want to get some kills there. His entire army from Daniel could go down to the knights. Maybe they need to be healed. They do have 1 armor forging on the way. the Mangonel go down with another knight? I think so. Vil goes down. Knight's gonna try to pull back. There will be monks for healing. TC on the way up. Lick sending another round of villagers. Monks wanting more conversions on the fires. So Daniel with the score lead, I think, from winning water. Licks, though, I think is actually in a much better position in terms of the map control. TC goes up. And he's going to be making a workshop himself just by the TC. Monk goes down to the fires. Bloodlines and Town Watch going up too. Where the castle drop? He has the stone. Could be in the middle. There it is, right there. Does not want Daniel to get to the middle at all. Daniel, 5k score ahead. I mean, Lix has more res collected, a better eco KD, a better overall KD. I guess all the ships are just still inflating the score for Daniel. Daniel with the Mangonel, looking to deny the castle. Here it comes. Here it comes. Vil's out of the shadows. We'll see a Mangonel. There it is. 1 Vil down. 3 weakened. Knights come forward to deal with the Mangonel. That castle right now denied. Vil wants a quick wall. Mangonel gets another Vil. Vil's not... Ooh, they don't run in time. Nice Mangonel micro from Daniel. Okay, that'll stymie some of Lick's short-term eco advantage. But Lix is just gonna keep booming. This is his 4th TC finish now. Daniel's still on 1. So I still think the score is water. And he's gonna get his castle up soon. And down goes the Mangonel, and up goes the castle. In the back is a small little skirmishing army from Daniel. 3 elite skirms and a crossbow. Now Lix should be able to defend from this. Fires around in the north. Market going up. As skirms and a crossbow come around. A scorpion comes over. I think the scorpions will get in on this army. How many TCs has Daniel seen? I think he's seen all of them. Yeah, he's seen 1, 2, 3, 4 at least, so he knows it's a full boom. LingHe on the way out. And he still has the score lead. I thought that can't last forever. He's up to Imp. Fast Imp with the Dravidians. And then what does he do with Imp? Can he maybe just try to win the water? And win because of water? I'm still gonna zoom out and notice the mouse cursor isn't lagging at all. So, okay. Yeah, I think I fixed the VRAM issue by changing that VRAM slider to be all the way down. If I had loaded it earlier and lost the, like I said, I lost graphics. Then I loaded it even more and it worked. Oh boy. So Cannon Galleons can be good for Dravidians. But then he needs to stop raids still. I need more than just Navy. Half fighting the fire galleys over here. Bills will repair the docks as the fire comes forward. Crossbows will pick off the Vils. Down they go. Down they go. Does Rick see that? I know he really could benefit from it. I think he lost all the Vils that were over here. Unless he transports for it. He has the one from this corner. There's one on the shallows he wasn't able to get from the middle of the map. Then more in the south. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 left. At least two were at the bottom. This one was in the middle and he couldn't get it. Alright, so Lix wants a dock. Daniel there to try to harass. Bills are low. The dock at 98.6%. That's a doubt dock. He's looking for the relics over here. Campaigns, you put 30 galleons and the AI can't cross. Looks, I think, a bit better than a campaign AI. So LingHe going forward, attacking the Vils. Castle going up on the eastern coastline. Oh, I want to see a demo here. Where are the demos, Lix? Where are the demos? Where are the demos? Are they cannon galleons? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So bracer chemistry there for Daniel. Not doing ARB yet. Although he probably will. And so Daniel is probably going to have a gold shortage fairly soon. Claiming the main gold at the front. 2.7k gold there, but he's mined the gold in the back. And Lake still has map control of all of the other golds currently. And so he just needs to hold on a bit longer and Daniel will be starved out of gold. Score's still really close, but Lake's super far ahead. Although I guess the only thing he's not ahead with is Imp. So once he gets Imp, then he's going to be super far ahead. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be Daniel's play, right? Chemistry Cannon Galleon? And they just try to win with the water. Yeah, also handcart in for Lex. No wheelbarrow or handcart for Daniel. Dock there. Oh, bombard cannon going for the castle. Mixed with a few LingHe in there. Demo for Daniel. He's ready to defend the cannon. Especially from melee units. Can't lose with 4 relics. Well, we have 2 more on the way for Lix, and a 3rd on the way. So as you say that, he will now be picking up relics and getting all 4 of them. And 2 cannons now for Daniel. Lix repairing. He's up to Imp. He will have another castle behind that, where he maybe can afford to lose this and doesn't have to fight here. And no bow saw, no heavy plow, no wheelbarrow for Daniel. And much better upgrades for Lix. Cannons shooting the castle, raiding party Lix. Workshop in the south for Lix. He's gonna be raiding soon. And there he goes, there's the demo, not all that effective. He's gonna surround the crossbows, he'll go for the cannons. More fires coming across the water. But this is the charge from Lix. With the LingHe going forward. And he'll lose the LingHe, but get a lot of the cannons. Now, everything does get cleaned there. I mean, Daniel maintaining crossbow numbers. Lix really does need the final armor upgrade on the LingHe, so that they get 5 armor. And yeah, he did get all the cannons. Taking the cannons means he can stall with his better population. Where's the relic? There it is. There's the final relic. Monk must have done some pathfinding on the way to that monastery. Yeah, it's easier for Lix to replace the LingHe than for Daniel to replace the cannons. And well, there's the Imp. Is that a GG from Daniel? Yes, it is. That ties it up. 3-3, and we're gonna go to Fractal for game number 7. That's 111 kills to 99 losses. Much better economy for Lix, and he wins everything by the end. Build difference absolutely enormous. That's 3-3. Loss on shorelines. Dravidians losing to Lithuanians, and now it'll be Burgundians or Hindustanis against Japanese or Italians on Fractal. What do you like, chat? What civ do you like more? And they're in the lobby. And we just do an ad so we don't have pre-rolls during the game. Final score, Sora Kuma 4-0. Moving to Twitch. And hello, Kekladden. Oh, you came in just as an ad came. Age of Pathing. Yep, remember, we are streaming on YouTube too. We have 150 viewers on YouTube, 300 on Twitch, so 450 watching this. Let's go. Viewer counts have been great recently, ever since Cartographers. Maybe falling off a bit without as much stuff going on, but it's still been great. Chinese players, they love Coustier. That's true. Okay, we've launched on Fractal. Oh, someone's spamming that heart button on YouTube. And hello, Bruno. Also love LingHe, love Nomad, love Towers. Alright, well, for all the Burgundian hype, it will be the Hindustanis for Lex, and the Japanese for Daniel. Oh, you were Umbra in the YouTube chat. Hello, hello. Yes, I know some people sometimes like watch on YouTube and then just have the Twitch chat on their phone. And Molizner, thank you for the follow. What do they really counter and what are their strengths? They counter, supposed to counter Cav, but there's just such a strong unit in general with their stats that they kind of counter everything. Imagine like Halbs, but slightly stronger, and Skirms don't do bonus damage against them. And that's what the Fire Lancer is. So, Japanese for Daniel, playing as the blue to the northwest. Hindustanis for Lix, playing in the red to the southeast. Where's Lix going? Finding the lumber camp. Oh gosh, Lix needs to find the lumber camp spot on this map. Alright, Daniel already knows where it is. He's got 3 vills there. He'll be chopping through the reeds. Reeds have 50 food each, so you get through them quite quickly. And you can go for dock blocks up here along the top of this fractal. So our lovely Mandelbrot set map. Little extra resources tucked into all the nooks and crannies here. And there are 3 relics down the middle, extra resources in the bottom, and then a relic and some more resources for each player in their respective corners on the outside once they chop through there, or walk all the way around, because for some reason the map has an opening over here. Never understood that, but it's there for both players, a little gap on both sides. I haven't seen Red Frost's video, no. I'd see that it exists. I'll need to examine the pathing myself. Classic top dock block. I love a good dock block, right? That's a classic AOK pathing? I hope it does. That's what we need to get back to. Oh, game paused. Game paused. Is Daniel on the phone again? No, paused by Daniel. No reason in the chat. Here's the brief pause. Alright, so Civ matchup. Japanese Halbs will be great in the late game, but then you have Hindustani with Shatagani hand cannons. Cheaper Vils versus the cheaper drop site and the better fishing ships. So like a dock block there, second dock over here for fishing could be a play for Daniel. Still not sure we made it for her. I think it makes the map kind of unique with the dock block. I like it. I think it's kind of fun. I maybe would have had maybe one more tile of, like 1 or 2 tiles of space on the outside so you could run your Vils back and forth a bit easier after docking. Just in time for seeing the last game. Hello. Alright, we'll pause. Pause to make sure everyone here is here. It's double elimination. This is the lower bracket semifinals. So the winner then plays the best of 7 against XuanLv, and then the winner of that then goes to the finals. So Daniel's saying yes, 14 here. Lix might not have been around. This is paused by Lix. Alright, so Daniel paused, and then Lix paused immediately after the unpause, so Lix needs to get ready now. Who is XuanLv? He is a new player. Okay, there they go. Deer pushed in. And he's a player who has already beaten both Daniel and Lix, so it will be a rematch for whoever gets to him. They speak English to each other. The hypothesis is that Daniel, even though he speaks Chinese, might not have the language easily typable on his keyboard, because he is an American and like just has an English keyboard. Lix certainly does not speak English, but he can probably understand taunts and has gone through enough pauses, he can probably communicate through them. So militia for Daniel, as both players trying to chop out. Lix just about on the outside. This does feel like a very Lix map, even though it was Daniel's home map. So scout for Lix as Daniel sends Vils forward. He will see the Vils. And here come the militia. Okay, big Vil fight. If he drags the Vils away, the militia can come in from behind. Oh, but we have militia from Lix too. So both players going for the militias, but these Japanese militias will attack faster. So maybe a slight advantage there. And they're going for the scout. Daniel up to feudal, he's up first. Actually up much faster than Lix, and he's going to have the feudal scout in this fight. He's up much faster. So maybe he had a build plan for his home map. Remember, we did see Lix struggling to find that lumber camp early on. Might not be as familiar with this. Alright, so scouts go down for both players. Some men-at-arms in there, though. Japanese men-at-arms. And they're going to be causing some havoc here. Killing the militia. Killing villagers. Men-at-arms go down. 1 man-at-arms remains. 1 militia remains there for Lix. More Vils forward for Daniel. And that man-at-arms should kill a lot of things. Okay, well, he does go down, but you can see all the dead Vils. 3-0 Eco KD in favor of Daniel. Has not lost a Vil despite all the fighting. And now more men-at-arms coming forward. 1 more in the queue, 1 more here already. And he's going to help the villagers in this Vil fight. Another Vil goes down for Lix. Alright, and Daniel is sending a Vil forward. Not just going to dock block immediately. Lix does have a dock. He's trading fishing ships, though. Not going to go aggressive. And the men-at-arms continues hoovering around here, providing damage. And Daniel Vil fighting against Lix. Now, if there's one player who knows how to Vil fight, it's Lix. So Daniel going to do a watchtower. A watchtower on... Oh, and this is open. This is open. You can Vil fight, maybe. Daniel really wants to get the tower up, though. 2 men-at-arms here. 1 very weak. Like sending all the Vils over. Daniel going to force up the tower. he's past the point where he could delete and rebuild it, but he's just going to delete. Lix will finish that. And Lix will now have wood. Got 132 idle TC, though, for Daniel to pump out the men-at-arms. Actually, he's even in Vills. At least he didn't spend food on them. And, oh, he's going to go for a very forward dock block. Look at that. Super forward dock block from Daniel. Sees that dock, and will block it off at that point. So his fish at home would be safe, if he had any. The archery range in the back there for Lix as Daniel continues hoovering around with some more villagers.
Namaste.
Now, stone walls in front of the mining camp. If his tower goes up, then it's really hard for Lix. But he's going to destroy the mining camp. I like the stone walls, so Lix can't repair. That's cute. Archer now for Lix, but that could just lead to a skirm from Daniel. Daniel's starting to farm. Lix doing another dock. Yeah, imagine how safe Daniel's fishing eco would be. If he were to add fishing ships. Nothing in this dock either. He needs to make sure it doesn't get housed soon. And Men-at-Arms low HP Vills. It's another Vill going down. That's one more low HP Vill. He's got 3 HP. That's 7 Vills down. Oh no, 8 Vills down. The Men-at-Arms. Oh, absolute disaster for Lix. He's losing everything. Daniel's push has been so strong. Now Lix has some idle TC time too. 12-7 overall KD. Tower does go up for Daniel here, but he's just going to abandon it and run back. He's done enough damage, he can try to keep his Vills alive. There's an archery range and he'll get skirms. If only they had good fishing ships to add in. If only. Lix will add in fish, and that'll be his attempt to keep some semblance of an economy going. He has now 6 fishing ships, and maybe that makes up for 8 dead Vills? If he can keep them working efficiently, maybe. There's a house. More Vills on the lumber camp there for Daniel. We're res collected for Lix. I mean, Daniel had a lot of idle time with those Vills being forward, too. That matters. But 8 Vills lost. More fishing ships. I mean, a 7th fishing ship. Does this make up for it? I mean, he's ahead in res collected, so maybe it does. I mean, Daniel also spent a lot of resources on the Men-at-Arms that he lost. He did have 8 deaths himself, even though they weren't villagers. Goes on the stone in the back as the wall keeps going up to the side there for Daniel. The archers come forward. Daniel might need a gate here. Or a house or something. Archers running through could be a bit dangerous for Lix. I guess Daniel doesn't have much in the back though. Has enough stone for a tower, doing double bit axe. Lix still with a score lead. What is this? What is this gameplay? Lix with the fish now has 9 fishing ships. Actually has a Vill lead despite an 8-0 eco KD. Because Daniel, as the Japanese of all civs, is not fishing. So Market Blacksmith here going up for Lix. And there he goes. Now he has fishing ships, but they're at the forward dock. And now he's going to get a back dock. Now we'll get more fish. Okay, now Daniel will add in his fishing ships. But with the fish so far, Lix is a much better economy than Daniel. More res collected by far. And Castle Age time for Lakes. The score is flipping back and forth. Lakes' score drops. Daniel needs to notice that to go up. Or to know that he has to go up. And well, Lix does have 11 fishing ships, and they are now far from the dock. But I think he's gotten as much value from them as he can. Another lumber camp for Daniel. You're holding that wood line, just come do more docks. He's fighting with Vills. Well, Lix fights with Vills. Lix is a very famous Vill fighter. Demo? Why is there a demo? What's that gonna do? Does Lix know the dock's there? Oh, he doesn't know the dock's there. He's gonna demo to think about sniping fish, and then he's just gonna find a dock. And Lix with stone, he'll have a castle soon. He's on the stone. And then he just goes forward with his archers, plops a castle, or maybe right here, right in Daniel's face. Don't think he can do it by the tower and the range, but over here. Lix is vulnerable. Daniel thinking about the castle age soon, but not there yet. Not there yet. Castle time. Castle drop for Lix. Yeah, it's going to be terrible for Daniel. Daniel doesn't have the army to stop it. 4 skirms, 3 archers, no fletching. Lix sending 9 villagers. One of them's hurt, but this should be good. Yeah, right there. Villagers need to be in the right spot to build it. Don't go under the TC. Yep, and they're good. And there's the GG from Daniel. He can't stop it. He can't go up. And Lix will do it. Finally. He was down after every single game, but makes the comeback. And in game 7, Daniel cannot deal with that castle drop. He's just about to click up, but he doesn't have the timing. He can't stop it. His men-at-arms, he killed 8 villagers, but he didn't fish, and Lix got up. And Lix does it. So thank you. I don't know how to say this with a 3 in the middle. A GUI 3 I'm for the follow. If that's an E, I don't know. But 13 to 9 KD. But look at that eco. Let me look at the fishing eco. Yeah, Lix falls behind, but the fish bring him back. 20-minute castle time, and that does it. Vill all in and skirm. I mean, maybe if he sent his entire economy at that point. But wow, alright, Lix. Lix does it. 4 to 3. Oh, sadly, our American Daniel will be taking a loss there in game 7. Well, that was still fun and competitive set all around. The very last picked Hindustanis coming through clutch for Lix against the second picked Japanese for Daniel. He wanted those men-at-arms, but didn't work out enough for him in the end. So, thank you all for watching. Let me just check the dashboard and see if this is scheduled for tomorrow yet. LingHe Cup, 12 GMT tomorrow on the schedule. The lower bracket final, Lix versus XuanLv. That'll be going on tomorrow. I'll be up in the morning to stream that. Wish me luck getting up at 8 AM again. So, GG's. I'll end the stream here. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for giving us around 450 or so viewers during that last set. And I'll end the stream on YouTube, then raid someone on Twitch.